history-making moments of college sports. My goodness! And nobody takes you inside the greatest campuses and stadiums across the country like SiriusXM College Sports Radio. Listen to all of the play-by-play action, expert analysis, and in-depth interviews with your favorite team. No matter the season, we have something for you. Your home for all things college sports is on SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Blue Jays fans, your manager, Sean Schneider, joins MLB Network Radio every other Wednesday at 11 a.m. Eastern.
Georgie's just been consistent in the clubhouse, consistent with the young guys that have come up. It's been really cool to see him kind of evolve as he gets a little bit older, and it's just been a real steadying presence, through a very unsteady season.
Managers at the mic on MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM 89 and the SiriusXM app.
The battle for regional soccer supremacy is on in the Leagues Cup.
That's a super individual goal.
And your home for all the top matches is SiriusXM FC.
It's a masterpiece from Andre Pierre-Gignac.
Hear all your favorite teams from Major League Soccer and Mexico's Liga MX fight for the right to be crowned the king of North America.
Miami Leagues Cup champions.
The Leagues Cup kicks off Friday night at 8 Eastern on SiriusXM FC and the SiriusXM app.
Group CJCL Toronto. This
Slams the ball to right field. Way back. Way gone.
Is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Low rounding and heading for second. The throw. In time.
On the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Last night, the Blue Jays picked up a 6-3 win over the Rays, setting up this afternoon's Work from Dome rubber match and a chance to carry some momentum into this weekend's homestand against the Texas Rangers as it continues 4-3. Welcome, everybody, to the Sportsnet Radio Network. Eric Smith and former Major Leaguer Chris LaRue with you alongside host and producer Sho Ali and technical directors Tom Young and Derek Brandeo. Toronto Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in head of St. Margaret's Bay and Hammond Plains, Nova Scotia. Protect your vehicles from rust today. Find your local family-owned Crown at crown.com, Canada's #1 rust protection. Chris Bassitt gets the start today for the Blue Jays, 8-8 on the season. His counterpart on the hill for Tampa, Taj Bradley, 5-4 this year. It's the Rays and Jays, and the first pitch is right around the corner. You're listening to Blue Jays baseball, streaming on the Sportsnet app, sportsnet.ca, and across the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Timber Mart is Canada's building center, a solid neighbor to call upon when you've got a job to do. Your dependable home improvement store that offers the added value of Air Miles reward miles with every purchase of $15 or more. Visit timbermart.ca.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
If you're looking for a fun day, did you know the day before Monday? Junior J Sunday. You can paint your face, come and meet Ace and run base to base. On Junior J Sunday. So many things to do. You can bring your crew and even mom and dad too. Junior J Sunday.
Sundays are for Junior Jays. Get to the ballpark early to enjoy outdoor activities before continuing the fun inside while you cheer on the Blue Jays.
If you're feeling the song, grab your dad or mom, visit BlueJays.com. Junior J Sunday.
Timber Mart always has plans to help you with your plans. Your home, your cottage, your garage, whatever needs your attention first, check the most visited spot on our website for ready-to-order plans to get the job done with Canada's Building Center. Visit timbermart.ca.
Baseball's in full swing. Why not experience the excitement of every MLB game on SiriusXM?
Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
It's always a home game when you listen on the all-new SiriusXM app.
100 miles an hour. 11 strikeouts for Skeens.
Get closer to your team with your hometown announcers.
What a man. Paul Skeens. You gotta love it, Pittsburgh.
And hear daily insight and analysis from our team of former players and executives on MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. Blue Jays fans, after this game, get back to what's really important. Your fantasy football team. We're talking about it right now on Fantasy Sports Radio, Channel 87, and the SiriusXM app.
You know, Cabby's been really, really good for about a month now. So is Little. You know, we were talking before the game about those guys, how good they've been. Chad, and it's nice to have Chad and Gimme to kind of close it out there a little bit, or 7th and 9th. But it's it's nice. It's nice when the starter's effective, and it's nice when it wouldn't have looked as nice, I don't think, if we didn't score in the 8th there. But it's nice to have those options for sure.
That's Blue Jays manager John Schneider speaking about his bullpen, and of course the Jays getting it done last night in the victory over the Rays, as I mentioned in the intro, trying to carry momentum into this afternoon's rubber match. And as Schneider just said as well, hopefully you get a good long start from your starter as well. That will be the job for Chris Bassitt today, as the Jays and Rays go at it first pitch in just a couple of moments from Work from Dome, as the Jays get set for this mid-afternoon first pitch. Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you. And before I bring Chris into the equation, actually, no, let's do it right now because we're talking about pitching. What will it take for Chris Bassitt to have that quality start he's looking for, Chris, and to maybe go a little bit deeper into this ball game?
Well, I think the biggest thing when you're looking at his numbers, especially over the last 3 games, he's thrown 16 2/3 innings over those 3 starts. He's given up 12 earned runs, but he's walked 9. That's the big thing for Chris Bassitt. When he's on, he's locating that fastball all around the strike zone. But when he's off, when he's getting hit around, when he's walking guys, when he's giving up a lot of runs like he has over his last 3 starts, that fastball command is really not there. And I think over those last 3 starts, it just hasn't been there. But when you look at the Rays starter today, Taj Bradley, over his last 3 games, he's thrown 20 innings, only given up 11 hits. And guess how many earned runs?
Well, I know the answer because I've done my research.
Well,
but let me see.
He's only given up 1 earned run over those last 20 innings, those 3 starts. So it's a tough one for the Blue Jays offense today.
So don't let the 5-4 record fool you. His ERA is still a very impressive 2.63, despite or in spite of that 5-4 record. But again, that's kind of not an easy one to look at considering the numbers Chris just gave you, especially over those last 3 starts. And that maybe rolls us into Tampa being in 4th place in the division, sitting at an even 500 after the loss last night. As we take a look at the Bet365 standings. At Bet365, you can bet live in-game on props, totals, and the money line. Download the app and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365. 19 plus. Play responsibly. Ontario only. So again, it's working from the bottom up. Toronto in the basement. Tampa at 500, 51 and 51. Boston in 3rd in the East. The Yankees in 2nd, and atop the division at 60 and 41. The Baltimore Orioles, who the Jays will see quite a bit here in the next couple of weeks. We can talk about them maybe a little bit later on. But let's get the starting lineups for this afternoon's game.
Well, leading off for the Tampa Bay Rays and playing second base is Richie Palacios. Isak Paredes will play first base and bat second. DHing and batting third is Brandon Lau. In left field, batting in the cleanup spot is Randy Arozarena. Josh Lowe will hit fifth and play right field. At third base, batting sixth is Ahmed Rosario. Taylor Walls will play shortstop and bat seventh. In center field, batting eighth is Johnny DeLuca. And batting ninth is Alex Jackson. He'll do the catching. On the mound for the Rays is righty Taj Bradley. And for the Jays, leading off and playing right field is George Springer. At second base, batting second is Spencer Horwitz. Batting third at first base will be Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Hitting cleanup and DHing will be Justin Turner. In center field, batting fifth is Dalton Varsho. Behind the plate, batting sixth is Danny Jansen. In left, batting seventh is Davis Schneider. Ernie Clement will hit eighth and play third base. And batting ninth, playing shortstop, is Leo Jimenez. On the mound for the Jays is Chris Bassitt.
All right, thanks very much, Chris. Anybody stand out for you from either of those lineups? Somebody you've got your eye on today?
Well, I like what Justin Turner's done over his last two games. He's 6 for 8. He got the big hit last night, to the go-ahead RBI late in that ball game. And he's not really hitting the ball with a lot of authority, but he's just a guy that is just annoying at the plate right now. He's waiting to get his pitch, and he's just hitting it where that pitch is pitched. And I think that's where he's most effective. He doesn't have the same swing speed as he used to. He doesn't have the same power. but he's a guy that should be getting on base. He's a very cerebral hitter.
Well,
and
he started the season kind of on that wavelength and then just really hit the skids for quite a while. But he came out of the gates really hot for this team, and then it just took that dip.
Well, I think the biggest reason why he took that dip is he was swinging at pitches that he had no business swinging at. A lot like Vladimir Guerrero Jr. early on in the season. He was swinging at pitches outside, up, above the strike zone, and that's just not really where he's effective. When he's on his game, when he's at his best, he's swinging at pitches in the strike zone, a lot like Vladimir Guerrero Jr., who is also hot right now.
So it looks like it's going to be a pretty good crowd here for Work from Dome on this Thursday afternoon. It's not full right now. I don't know how full it will get, but it's definitely, I would say, 30-plus right now already in terms of 30,000. As the crowd has filed in, and we are getting set to go with Chris Bassitt on the mound, getting set for this first pitch. Richie Palacios, the left-handed hitter, steps in, the second baseman, and we are set to go. The first pitch from Bassitt is outside, and a 1-0 count. This game officially starting at 3:09 Eastern Time. Bassitt stepping off the rubber for a moment, adjusts the belt on his right hip. Looks in at the side from Jansen. The 1-0 delivery. And it's fouled back to our left of the booth, about maybe 1 or 2 sections over. Well out of our reach. Count sits at 1-1.
How many people in the stadium right now are in fact working from Dome, do you think? What percentage?
Do we include
it's
the
not
media?
Zero. I don't think it's zero.
I'm going to say it's less than 2%.
Is that including the media?
Yes. Yes. The 1-1 pitch is in for a strike on a fastball clocked at 91, and now Bassitt ahead 1-2. Would love to sit down Palacios to start this game. Here's the pitch from Bassitt. And it's dribbled down the first base line in fair territory. The easiest scoop that Vladdy could probably ever have. He steps on the bag, and there's one down.
And I know it's early, but in that at-bat, over those 4 pitches, you could see just a little bit of a difference with Chris Bassitt. The fastball was over the heart of the plate, and even that curveball right there started down the middle, kind of broke below that strike zone. 4 effective pitches, at least early on. I know it's a small sample size, but I like thinking positively.
I love it. I love it. Isak Paredes comes up now for the Rays, the right-handed hitting first baseman. The first pitch from Bassitt catches the inside edge on a sinker at 93 and an 0-1 count. Paredes with 16 home runs on the season, 51 runs batted in. Here's the 0-1. Bassitt came back with a little junk, missed on that one with the curveball that dipped down to 70 miles an hour. A drop-off of 23 from the sinker we just saw moments ago.
And that's not even as slow as curveball. Sometimes you see it around 68, 69 miles an hour. A lot of the times the batters will laugh because it's such a comical pitch.
The 1-1 from Bassitt came back with the heat. Well, did he? I thought that looked more like a fastball, but we'll call it a slider. Either way, it's a 1-2 count. Maybe it just looked fast to me.
It's tough to see from up here.
Well, it's tough, when everything looks fast to me. Anything over 65. I'd be spinning in circles still if I was down in the batter's box. The 1-2 pitch. Outside, 2-2. First inning is brought to you by Armstrong Bird Food. Bring nature to your backyard with Armstrong, feeding Blue Jays since 1986. Visit ArmstrongBirdFood.com. The 2-2 is sent into right field, and easy for George Springer to camp underneath as he heads toward the line. About 20 feet from it, makes the grab, and there's 2 down.
And that was that elevated cutter. You could see Danny Jansen actually standing up above the strike zone. He's thrown that a lot recently over the last month or so. Really an effective pitch for him. That one was perfect. Paredes just pops it up to George Springer in right field.
Brings up the DH and the left-handed bat of Brandon Lau. Hitting .235 on the season. Here's the first pitch to Lau. Just missing on the outside edge. A little bit low as well. On the sinker at 91 and a 1-0 count. Bassitt gets the sign from Jansen. Here's the 1-0 delivery. Came back with the junk. There's that curveball again, clocked at 70, and he pulls even in the count at 1-1.
Lau was so far out in front of that curveball, he actually dropped to a knee. Those are a lot of the kinds of swings that you see on that slow curveball from Chris Bassitt.
Bassitt with the pitch. That one high. It's now 2-1.
Tried to go high with that elevated cutter again. That one just above the strike zone. Didn't really cut very much. It was almost like a spinning BP fastball up there, but Lau lays off.
And now the 2-1 pitch fouled off by Lau. We're even in the count at 2-2. Fairly windy day. I mean, it's not gusting like crazy, but the banners way out in center field, of course, hanging from the roof of the dome, they're blowing around quite a bit. We've got a breeze here in the booth. We'll see if that plays into any fly balls, any long balls that we see today. Now Lau steps out of the box, asks for time.
The breeze probably feels good up here with your thin Hawaiian shirt on.
Yes. I understand that on the weekend we might be going tarps off for a couple of the games.
I don't think that's a thing.
No?
No.
There hasn't been a shirtless baseball broadcast before. That's probably a good thing. It's good we're on the radio. At least for me. I'll speak for myself. Nobody wants to see
I don't
that.
know how they do it in basketball, but boy, oh boy.
It's just, needless to say, it's supposed to be a scorcher of a weekend. The sinker no good on the 2-2. And now a full count to Lau as Bassitt comes set again. The methodical delivery, the 3-2. It's sent deep to right field. It's hooking toward the pole. And it's going to be a home run into the upper deck. That thing just kept flying. And what was I saying about the wind? A 500 level solo shot for Brandon Lau.
Well, Brandon Lau kept that home run fair by about 2 feet, just hooked around that right field foul pole. And you're right, it went up to the 500 level. That was a hanging changeup right down the middle. And Chris Bassitt surely wants that pitch back. That thing was just on a tee for Brandon Lau. He crushed it to right field.
His 12th home run of the season and a very early lead now for the Rays. Brings up Randy Arozarena. Arozarena looks at the first pitch. It's a strike on the cutter and an 0-1 count. And now the second pitch a little bit inside, but Bassitt gets the benefit of the call and an 0-2 count.
Yeah, Arozarena doesn't love that call. He's just standing there having a conversation with home plate umpire DJ Rayburn, shaking his head, questioning the call. I didn't think that was a strike either, so
no.
I'm in agreement with that one.
He took a long time, Arozarena, to finally stand back up. The 0-2 pitch way outside on a sweeper, now 1-2. Tampa leading Toronto 1-0 after the solo shot just moments ago from Brandon Lau. Arozarena down 1-2 in the count. Swings at the pitch, sends it into center field, and an easy one to camp underneath it, make the grab, Dalton Varsho, and that retires the side. But again, Tampa leads 1-0 as we head to the bottom of the first. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle.
Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
We're two men in a truck.
Hey Insiders, thanks for hanging out with us tonight for the Toronto Blue Jays game against the Tampa Bay Devil Rays. Yeah, I still call them the Devil Rays. Really appreciate all you guys being here. Please make sure you've hit that like button down below so it helps bring more fans into the chat. The other way to do that is to please share this link out to your friends via social media, whatever. Let's get more people here in the chat, blowing it up, cheering on our Toronto Blue Jays. We've got to get the win tonight to set it up for tomorrow. Let's go Blue Jays. We'll see you guys in the chat.
props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Double's gone! Two-run shot, Kevin Kiermaier.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back. Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you as we get set for the Blue Jays. Their first at-bat of the ball game. George Springer will lead things off here. And the first pitch in for a strike. Swing and a miss from Springer. Taj Bradley with the cutter at 88 to pull ahead in the count 0-1. Springer, of course, the right-handed bat, the right fielder. Swings and misses at the next pitch as well, and quickly down 0-2. And now Springer pops up the 0-2 pitch. And coming in from short to make the grab, Taylor Walls. There's one down.
And Taj Bradley really leans on that elevated heater at about 95 to 97 miles an hour. And then you'll see him work in that split finger. Sometimes he calls it a splinker. It's that 92 to 94 mile an hour split sinker that even Paul Skeens has been throwing lately. I think that's the new pitch that's really in vogue in Major League Baseball. And then he mixes in the cutter and the curve. But he's a really tough pitcher.
Spencer Horwitz comes up for the Blue Jays with one down here in the bottom of the first. Toronto trailing 1-0. First pitch, no good. Fastball missing. It's a 1-0 count to Horwitz, batting .308 on the season. Swinging at the next pitch, fouls it off into the upper deck just to our left, and it ricochets down into the 200 level. And somebody got a surprise souvenir.
That lower bowl is actually pretty packed.
Yeah, it is.
You said 30. You said you thought 30,000. There might be a little bit more than that.
Yeah, I was thinking 30 already, and that was before it started to fill in even more. And I'm starting to see, especially in the upper deck, some sections of folks that are wearing the same T-shirts and whatnot. So I'm sure we've got some school groups and camps and whatnot. Horwitz jumps on the next pitch and sends it into left field, and he's going to easily round into second with a stand-up double as that ball got into the corner. And the Blue Jays trying to make something happen here in the bottom of the first.
Well, Spencer Horwitz is such a smart hitter. That was a cutter on the outside part of the plate from Taj Bradley. And he just hits it where they ain't. They were shading him to right field, and he just drilled that thing down the left field line about 2 or 3 feet from that line. He ends up at second base with a double. Spencer Horwitz is some kind of hitter.
Brings up Vladimir Guerrero Jr. with one down here in the bottom of the first. Blue Jays trailing 1-0. Taj Bradley with the pitch. Vladdy taking inside. It's a strike, though. Caught that inside edge on a fastball at 96. 0-1 to Vladdy with 18 homers and 62 runs batted in. He would love to get 63 or 64 right here with Horwitz out on second. And 2 quick strikes now to Vladdy as Bradley comes back with another fastball at 96. 0-2 count. And Vladdy throws the bat out, sends a chopper out to short, picked up by Wells, who whips it over to first. And Walls could not get Vladdy, who got down the line and ends up getting into first safely. Taylor Walls was chugging after that one, but give Vladdy credit for getting down the line.
Yeah, he was running hard down that first baseline. Taylor Walls actually made a good play. I think the Rays are going to challenge this play.
Looked like Walls might have
Tampa Bay is challenging the safe call at first base.
Either not come out with it cleanly out of his glove or double clutched.
Well, it was an incredibly slow roller, and Vlad was running really hard to first base. Obviously, Vlad thinks he's safe. As his foot touched first base, you could see him make his own call with both his arms there, but I'll have to see a slow motion replay to really make my call here. He might be out. As you can tell from the reaction of the crowd, normally the crowd is in favor of the home team, but there was kind of some...
See, I don't wait for Vladdy's reaction or any other player. I wait for yours. This is now, I think, like the 20th game we've done together. I don't know if you've been wrong yet.
So it's a really close play. I don't know if they can overturn it because there's not that definitive evidence, but I think this will be overturned.
What I don't know if in the replay center they actually get like a close-up of the foot and the bag. Because in real time, it does look, to your point, that it's so close because of the shadow. You can't tell if the cleat has actually hit before the ball is in the glove.
You're
it's
right.
So close.
Different angles make you think different things, but I think this angle that we're getting right here from the first base dugout, that really shows you that the ball was in the glove of Isak Paredes before Vlad's left foot hit the bag. And there it is right there. I still don't know if they'll overturn it just because it's such a close play, but I think he is in fact out.
And that's why I think this replay is taking so long. This challenge continues to go on.
After review, the call on the field stands. The runner's safe. Tampa Bay loses its challenge.
I'm still going to give you credit for that one because you didn't definitively say that he was out. You said that you thought that it would probably not be enough evidence, so I'm still giving you credit.
I appreciate that. That makes me feel good. I'll be able to sleep better tonight. But
I'm sure you will.
But I think that's what they were thinking in New York is the play was so close and the call on the field was in fact safe. We can't overturn this call. And fortunately, if you're a Blue Jays fan, the Rays just lost their challenge.
Brings up Justin Turner with now 2 on and just 1 out. The pitch from Bradley. Turner jumped on that first pitch and sent it down the third base line, but just foul. Missed it by about 1.5 feet, 2 feet at best.
Yeah, watching that replay, it really wasn't as close as I thought it was. A little bit further, maybe 2 feet, like you said. I thought it was about an inch.
So now Turner down 0-1 to Bradley. Here's the pitch. That one in for a strike. And now Turner down 0-2, as was Vladdy. But Guerrero found a way to get on. He's at first right now with Spencer Horwitz out at second. Swing and a miss. And Turner sits down with the strikeout. 2 down. And the pressure mounts now for Dalton Varsho to get something done to at least try and tie this game.
Josh Bradley just reached back and blew that fastball by Justin Turner. That was almost right down the middle, maybe on the inside part of the plate there, but Justin Turner was probably thinking something off speed.
2 on, 2 out for the left-handed bat of Dalton Varsho.
What do you think of the splinker? That's a new thing, man.
Yeah,
I'm kind of on the fence about it as well.
I'm loving the new terms in baseball. Swing and a miss from Varsho on the 0-1 pitch, and now he's quickly down 0-2. The slurve, the splinker, I mean, all these new terms, all these new pitches.
Sweeper.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
There was a broadcast I was listening to with you and Ben recently where I swear I heard slurve 1,000 times. I can't remember who it was that was pitching. The 0-2 pitch, that one way high. Varsho held off. Horwitz quickly scampers back to the bag. Again, 2 on, 2 out. Bottom of the first, Blue Jays trailing 1-0. Bradley looks in at Alex Jackson. And the next pitch down in the dirt. Varsho, nice job there holding off. 2-2.
Sometimes I just revert back to my old school mentality, my fastball, slider, curveball, changeup mentality. And even if I see a sweeper or a slurve up on the board there, I just say slider. That was a slider.
I appreciate that. The 2-2. That one high. The catcher, Jackson, tried to pull it back down a little bit and frame it, but that was way above the zone. So now Varsho with a full count. Bradley checks the sign. The 3-2 delivery. Swing and a miss. Varsho strikes out back-to-back Ks to end the inning and to stop the Blue Jay threat. Tampa goes to the second with a 1-0 lead. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Be the most informed player in your fantasy football league by listening to the experts on Fantasy Sports Radio.
I want to thank you guys for making me a better fantasy player.
Hear player rankings, position breakdowns, and expert drafts.
There is no bigger value today than Dak Prescott.
Going deep down the right side, got a man, it's caught, touchdown Cowboys!
The road to a fantasy football championship begins with Fantasy Sports Radio. Channel 87 in the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app. It's fantasy football season, because we say it is.
Travis Kelce, touchdown!
From fantasy football strategies to players you need to draft or avoid.
Christian McCaffrey is one of the riskiest #1 overall picks in fantasy football history.
Fantasy Sports Radio is your home to win.
There is no bigger value today than Dak Prescott.
If you're not preparing for the 2024 fantasy football season, you're already losing. Channel 87 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
The NFL Radio Training Camp Tour is almost here.
The process with all our players is to come out and improve and get better each day.
Nobody gets you ready for the 2024 season like we do.
For the veteran players, they want to see the guy earn the job.
Don't miss analysis from our experts and interviews with head coaches, executives, and players.
We embrace this portion of our journey. We're just here to work and get better.
Hear coverage of the National Football League all year long on NFL Radio Channel 88 and the all-new SiriusXM app.
24/7, 365 coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
All right, welcome back to Baseball Control, everyone, here on the Sportsnet Radio Network. Show Ali with you. We'll got connected with Eric Smith and Chris LaRue very shortly. Right now, Chris Bassitt, top of the second inning, just throwing his third pitch of the top of the second inning, a 1-2 count on Josh Lowe. Bassitt having thrown 22 pitches so far. Tampa Bay up 1-0 down at the Rogers Center. Bassitt's had an interesting year so far this season. I got to say, I mean, this is a guy who has walked a lot of batters. 2-2 pitch flying out to left field. Josh Lowe, the first down. One away here in the top of the second inning. Ahmed Rosario coming up to bat here. But yeah, an interesting season for Bassitt. He's been a guy who has been, I suppose, I don't want to say miscast, but has certainly been a guy who, I think when he's played for the A's, when he was with the Mets prior to last year, was a guy who perhaps, he was a third guy in a starting rotation. 0-1 here on Ahmed Rosario, missing up inside. And before we get to the second pitch of the Rosario AB, let's get you back down to the Rogers Center, where Chris Bassitt has thrown 24 pitches. Here is Eric Smith and Chris LaRue.
All right, thanks very much, Show. And a base hit to center field as you throw it back to us for Rosario. So man on here in the top of the second. We apologize for the technical difficulties, folks. And we appreciate Show Ali holding it down, not just the host, but now getting in on some play-by-play as well. Gremlins on a work from dome.
We are, in fact, not working.
Apparently, yeah. We're like everybody else in the stands that's playing hooky today, I guess. Well, there you go. You got an extra 5-minute coffee break right there, Chris. Blue Jays trailing 1-0 here in the top of the second. And Taylor Walls comes up the left-handed hitting shortstop, with a man on with one out. Here in the second, Bassitt with the pitch, and that one fouled off by Walls. He's quickly down 0-2. Rosario with the lead at first, stays where he is, and the 0-2 pitch comes in a little bit high from Bassitt on the fastball. It's now 1-2. Tampa took the lead in the first inning on a solo shot from Brandon Lau. The 1-2 pitch, that one no good. The cutter clocked at 88, and now even in the count at 2-2. Johnny DeLuca on deck for Tampa. And Bassitt now with 3 straight balls. Nice patience from Walls here to pull back in the count and force it to full.
Yeah, it looks like he's nibbling just a little bit. Got ahead in the count 0-2 to start off Walls. Walls is hitting 149. There's no need to nibble and throw three straight balls.
And now taking off is Rosario, and they just missed getting him at second. Walls swung and missed. He struck out. And they just missed getting Rosario at second, so it's now 2 down with a runner in scoring position for Tampa.
Well, that was a good sinker from Chris Bassitt down in the zone. Taylor Walls just swings over the top of it. And then a pretty good throw from Danny Jansen to Leo Jimenez at second base. Ahmed Rosario just beats it by a hair. Now there's 2 outs, runner on second.
So Johnny DeLuca comes up, the center fielder, the right-handed bat for the Rays. Big cut on the first pitch, swing and a miss. Down 0-1 in the count. Bassitt gets the sign from Jansen. Quick look over at second. And the next pitch down in the dirt. Bassitt stepped off the rubber for a moment, steps back on, takes a deep breath. Again, the look at second. The pitch, high and outside. DeLuca now ahead in the count, 2-1. Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you from the Timbermark broadcast booth. With 2 down, Bassitt trying to get the Blue Jays out of this inning, with Toronto already trailing 1-0. Here's the pitch. That one came a little bit inside. Big cut right there. Fouled off by DeLuca. It's now 2-2.
And if you're Chris Bassitt, you have to be careful in this count. You have a guy standing on second base. That's a big run out there. You have an open base at first base, and you have to remember who's on the mound for the Tampa Bay Rays. Taj Bradley doesn't give up many runs. You're already down 1-0. You definitely do not want to go down 2-0.
The 2-2 fouled off straight back into the net. And we'll do it again at 2-2. Second inning presented by Bet365. Download the Bet365 app for today's baseball odds and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19+. Play responsibly. Ontario only. The sun beating down on the field here at Rogers Center. Top of the second. 2 down. And the 2-2 pitch. High. And now 3-2.
You could actually hear Chris Bassitt grunt on that cutter. It was up in the zone, just above the strike zone. DeLuca not offering at it.
And now Bassitt stepping off the rubber. Rosario was kind of dancing around at second. Doesn't have a huge lead. Bassitt gets the sign and gets set for the 3-2 delivery. And that one ripped down the third base side foul. We'll do it again at 3-2. Crowd trying to buzz a little bit right here, trying to cheer on Bassitt and the Jays to get out of this inning. Here's the 3-2 delivery. And that one caught the outside edge, and Bassitt does indeed get the Jays out of the inning. He catches him looking to end the side, and we head to the bottom of the second with the Blue Jays trailing 1-0. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
We're two men and a truck. So, you're moving to a new home, and all that's left to do is to call a mover you know you can.
What's up, Blue Jays fans? Thanks for hanging out with us tonight, and I just wanted to take a minute to say thank you to all 31,243 of you as of time of record who have hit that subscribe button. To those of you that are new here, please hit that subscribe button, and all of you, make sure that bell is turned on so you don't miss any of our awesome Toronto sports action, whether we're live for the game and you've got a place to hang out with fellow Toronto sports fans, or whether we upload some shorts with some highlights or some other awesome sports content. Thank you guys for being here. Appreciate it, and welcome to everybody that's new to this awesome, amazing Toronto sports community. Back to the action. We'll see you in the chat.
Blue Jays Caribbean Carnival. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
He rocks the ball to left field. The Blue Jays have gone back-to-back-to-back.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Rogers Center, getting set to start the bottom half of the second inning. Blue Jays trailing 1-0. It'll be Danny Jansen to lead things off. The right-handed hitting catcher for the Jays with the first pitch from Bradley. No good, down low. Missed on the cutter, and a 1-0 count. Next pitch came inside and high. It's now 2-0. Jansen was one of the many people that was talked about in the pregame in chatting with John Schneider about, hey, we are approaching the trade deadline, and a lot of rumblings around a lot of players, not only obviously in Toronto, but around baseball in general, and who might be staying or going, especially when you're talking about guys that are impending free agents in the offseason as well. The 3-0 pitch to Jansen. He was taking the whole way, and that one caught the outside edge. It's good for a strike. Now 3-1.
Tuesday at 6 p.m. is the deadline. Can't wait. Can't wait to see what the Jays do.
Jansen fouls off the 3-1 pitch to our right into the second deck. It's now 3-2.
They will certainly not blow it up. And I know that for a fact. Ross Atkins will not blow this team up. They still intend on winning next year. And if you blow it up, that's probably about a 2 or 3 year process of getting back to contention.
Jansen swinging on the 3-2 out into center field and then making his way into left center, but easily making the grab on the run. Johnny DeLuca to sit down Jansen, and there's one away. And I would agree with you, Chris. I don't envision this being a blow-up by any means, but there's no doubt that I think key decisions need to be made now with an eye to the key decisions that you would assume will be coming in the offseason, with most of the left side in question, if not more, when you talk about left field, third base, and catcher. If a decision regarding that isn't made in the next less than a week, in the next 4 or 5 days, it will be something that needs to be addressed in all three slots, I would assume, by the time next season rolls around. First pitch, no good to Davis Schneider, but a big cut on the next pitch, and now pulling even in the count, Bradley gets Schneider on that fastball. It's 1-1. And the splitter catches the outside edge. It's now 1-2.
And I think from a front office perspective, in an ideal world, you would flip a Yusei Kikuchi. Let's say, I'll use him as an example.
That pitch fouled off by Schneider. It stays at 1-2.
You would flip a Yusei Kikuchi for a Teoscar Hernandez. And I don't mean Teoscar Hernandez specifically. I just mean a 7 years ago Teoscar Hernandez where he was on the cusp of being something great.
Schneider fouls this one off up and over the first base dugout. We'll do it again at 1-2.
And it is a realistic thought because you probably won't get anybody higher than a 7th or 8th prospect for any of the guys that the Jays want to trade. And let's remember that Teoscar Hernandez was the 9th best prospect for the Houston Astros when they traded for him.
Taj Bradley missing with that fastball outside and high. Clocked at 97. Even in the count now, Davis Schneider. The 2-2 pitch, another one fouled off. It'll stay at 2-2, and we'll do it again. And that comes down to your pro scouting, something that I know at least on the NBA side of things I often talk about. That's not discussed enough, I think, when we talk about fans, media, etc. When we hear scouting, we think about scouting young prospects or draft picks, etc. Pro scouting is such a huge skill for any organization.
Yeah, no, there's pro scouts that are going to other major league parks every single night. Sometimes they'll go to a double A game or a triple A game, but most often they're in big league ballparks looking for guys that they could potentially trade for.
Schneider staying alive in this at bat. He just saw a ball moments ago, but fouled off a four-seam fastball seconds ago. The count is full with one down here in the bottom of the second. Bradley with the 3-2 pitch. Another one fouled off by Davis Schneider.
And I wouldn't say that's an undervalued job in any sport, really, because front offices obviously rely on those pro scouts. But I think from a fan point of view, they often forget about those guys. Yeah. Or even when they hear about those guys, it's kind of just like in one ear, out the other.
And Davis Schneider just got punched out on a pitch that he thought might have been outside, maybe even high. He takes the slow walk back to the dugout, and there's two down.
Well, that was a splitter from Taj Bradley, a really good splitter that started off the plate outside and kind of floated back over the outside part of the plate. A good pitch from him.
Ernie Clement swinging at the first pitch, out to Walls at short, whips it over to first, and that sits down Clement and the Jays as Toronto goes 1-2-3 on to the third inning. Toronto trailing 1-0. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Lumos. Witches, wizards, and muggles come down to the core as Roger Center transforms into Hogwarts. Harry Potter-themed entertainment and activities around the ballpark. Wingardium Leviosa. Magic moments create core memories. So fly down to Roger Center on Friday, August 9th, and get one of 4 Blue Jays Harry Potter Hogwarts House Raglan shirts. Harry Potter Night. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
We're 2 men in a truck, the movers who care. You never know when cardiac arrest can happen. That's why each and every one of our trucks carries a life-saving Mikey defibrillator as part of our Mikey on Board program. Whether we're on the highway or in front of your house, we're prepared to help anyone whose heart may skip a beat. The Mikey Network has saved many lives, making Mikeys accessible to the public. And now they're on board our trucks. We're 2 men in a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
Hey, this is Nate Pearson. You are listening to Toronto Blue Jays Baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Back at Rogers Center, getting set to start the third inning. Blue Jays trailing 1-0. Tampa with a solo shot in the first inning from Brandon Lau. Jumped on the Blue Jays. It was a 2-out solo shot that was into the upper deck in right field. And that is the score right now, 1-0. Alex Jackson, the number 9 hitter in the lineup for Tampa, to lead things off here in the 3rd inning. And a nasty-looking sweeper and an even nastier-looking swing from Jackson has him down 0-2. And now Bassitt comes back with a sinker that just missed outside. It's 1-2.
Well, Alex Jackson really isn't having a great season. 91 at-bats, 2 homers, 7 RBIs, hitting just .088.
And he just sat down, struck out by Bassitt, who has now struck out 3 straight going back to last inning. As we go back to the top of the order, second at-bat of the ball game for Richie Palacios.
Do you want to take a look at that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard?
Let's talk
about Dylan Cease a little bit?
Yeah, you've got a nugget for me, I think.
San Diego has defeated Washington 3-0, but the most important thing about that game is Dylan Cease threw a no-hitter. He goes to 10-8.
Wow.
With a 3.50 ERA.
And swinging at the first pitch, Palacios sends it out to right center, picked up by George Springer, who tosses it in, keeping Palacios at first. But a base hit nevertheless, as Tampa will try and get something going here in the 3rd.
I don't know how long Cease has had that mustache, but it's working for him. He shaved the beard off. Now he has the mustache. Throws a no-hitter. There's got to be something to it.
Well, I see you came back from your little vacation with a bigger beard and a buzzed head.
Well, I knew I was going to see you.
You're all bronzed up a little bit here, you know. Jays down 1-0. 1 out. Here in the top of the 3rd, and a base hit swinging at the first pitch again. It ricochets off third base out into left field and bobbling around down in the corner. Schneider finally picks it up, but coming all the way around from first to score is Palacios. And Paredes now sits at second with a stand-up RBI double.
Well, Davis Schneider had some trouble with it in the corner. I don't know what happened over there. That's out of our vision, but he actually dove for that baseball, lost his glove, picked the ball up off the outfield fence, and threw that ball in. That's an odd play. I don't know if I've ever seen that play before. Then his glasses actually fell off as he was throwing the baseball in. A lot of things happening out there in left field. We can't see that. There's that little bit of the left field corner that we actually cannot see.
Yeah, since the stadium renos, which I love, they look great, but it does block out the left field corner and a decent chunk of the right field corner as well. So Chris described it well, folks, with Schneider's.
It was mayhem.
I mean, that's where I'm going to be dating myself with this reference. Not too many people in the audience will get this one, but cue the Benny Hill music. It was just kind of a parade of errors down there, because not only did the glasses fall off, but the sunglasses that were on the hat stayed on. Either way, hijinks aside, Toronto now trails 2-0 here in the top of the 3rd, and the Rays are still threatening. They've got a man on second. That's Paredes, with Brandon Lau down 1-2 in the count. Now 2-2 as the sinker was way outside from Bassitt. 1 out here in the top of the 3rd.
Davis Schneider actually has a ton going on out there. He's wearing rec specs, those clear athletic glasses that are strictly for vision. Then he has sunglasses on the top of his head.
What happened to those old school glasses where you just flip down the sunglass lenses?
Those are cool. Those remind me of Ken Griffey Jr. Those are actually really cool. I don't know why guys don't wear them anymore.
Wasn't it Damaso Garcia that used to wear those all the time in Toronto? Maybe I'm wrong about that. The 3-2 pitch, and Lau sends one into right field. It's going to be fair into the corner. He's going to turn the corner and head to second. Coming around from second to score is Paredes, and sliding into second safely is Lau, and Tampa has now jumped out to a 3-0 lead.
And Brandon Lau continues to see the baseball well. That was a curveball, a hanging slow curveball right over the middle of the plate, and Brandon Lau rips that thing down the line. George Springer actually made a nice throw to second base to almost get him, but unfortunately for the Blue Jays, the Rays now lead 3-0 with 1 out here in the 3rd.
You know, it's funny, you go back to the start of this inning as well. It was Alex Jackson that led things off, the number 9 hitter. He struck out. It was 3 straight strikeouts for Bassitt going back to last inning. And now, since then, he's given up 3 straight base hits, a single, and now 2 straight doubles. As the inning continues for Tampa with just 1 down. And now Bassitt comes in with the first pitch, and it's high inside, and it catches a Rosarena.
Well, the Rosarena has both knees on the ground right now. Ray's trainer is out to take a look at Randy Rosarena, but he gave the thumbs up. I don't think that ball hit him in the head. Maybe the shoulder, but he's a big boy. Probably can take a lot of that. That was a changeup from Chris Bassitt.
And it did hit the helmet.
Holy.
It caught the visor and came real close to hitting him squarely in the face. It made a noise that I wasn't sure was the helmet or the bat. That's why I was wondering until we saw the signal from the umpire that it indeed was a hit by pitch, because I was wondering if it might have hit the nub of the bat as a Rosarena kind of fell down, but it did indeed catch the visor of the helmet.
Yeah, it was more of that thud that you would hear off a shoulder or off a bat, like you said, instead of the high-pitched, almost crack of a helmet.
So now 2 on. Still just 1 out here in the top of the 3rd for Tampa.
But like I mentioned, it was a changeup, so there was definitely no intent there to hit Randy Rosarena.
And Rosarena knew that as well. When he got up, he acknowledged Bassitt as the two of them walked about 4 or 5 feet together down the first base line before he took his bag officially. The 1-0 pitch into Josh Lowe is good for a strike. Swing and a miss from Lowe. Now even in the count, 1-1. Next pitch in for a strike, caught the outside edge. The cutter, it's now 1-2. Lowe batting .219 on the season. Up to date. He's 0 for 1 in this ball game. Trying to make something happen here. Down in the count, 1-2, but with 2 on. Here's the pitch from Bassitt, and it's in for a strike, and Lowe sits down looking. There's 2 away.
And that was a nasty sinker from Chris Bassitt. Those are the sinkers that he throws when he's going right. He starts it off the inside part of the plate, almost fronts hips it to Lowe, and then that thing just breaks back over the inside part. That was a great pitch, probably his best fastball of the day.
3rd inning is brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Head of St. Margaret's Bay and Hammonds Plains, Nova Scotia. Protect your vehicle from rust today. Find your local family-owned Crown at crown.com, Canada's #1 rust protection. Back with a sweeper on the first pitch to Ahmad Rosario. It's a strike, a swinging strike, and the count sits at 0-1. Bassitt with a quick look at second before turning, firing, and missing outside. It's now 1-1.
Does it feel a bit like a Saturday to you? Saturday afternoon ball game?
It does, and it does not feel like a Thursday, but maybe that's because it's summertime, right? Nobody's working except us.
Well,
and Tom. And Derek Brandeo.
and
Show Ellie. I mean, look at the upper deck now as well. It's going to be well over 30. I'm guessing like 35, 36 now.
We've seen a couple of 38s recently. I don't think it's quite there. I would say 35 and a half, 36 maybe.
Want to put a friendly wager on this?
Sure.
All right, we'll write down our numbers.
All right.
Maybe we could go for a cold one after the game so we don't have to sit in traffic, right? The pitch from Bassitt down in the dirt on the 1-2, trying to get out of this inning after having given up 2 runs already, with the Blue Jays trailing 3-0 here in the top of the 3rd. 1st and 2nd for Tampa. 2 on, 2 out. The 2-2 pitch. And it's in for another strike and another strikeout looking. So when the dust settles, Bassitt ends up striking out the side. But in between, he gave up 2 more runs. To the bottom of the 3rd we go. Toronto trailing 3-0 You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The battle for regional soccer supremacy is on in the Leagues Cup.
That's a super individual goal.
And your home for all the top matches is SiriusXM FC.
It's a masterpiece from Andre Pierre-Gignac.
Hear all your favorite teams from Major League Soccer and Mexico's Liga MX fight for the right to be crowned the King of North America.
Miami, Leagues Cup champions.
The Leagues Cup kicks off Friday night at 8 Eastern on SiriusXM FC and the SiriusXM app.
Are you regretting eating that gas station hot dog? Yeah, we know. We've been there too. This is a message for baseball fans like you. Did you know that you get a channel that's talking baseball 24/7 as part of your SiriusXM subscription?
What?
Our lineup includes shows hosted by former big leaguers and executives. Plus, you'll hear from 17 managers each week. MLB Network Radio is on SiriusXM Channel 89, or just search MLB Network Radio on the SXM app. SiriusXM Sports. We're more than just a game.
The Busted Open podcast is now available on YouTube. This is Dave LaGreca, host of Busted Open, the #1 pro wrestling show on the planet. You can now watch and listen to the award-winning Busted Open podcast every single day on YouTube. Our best interviews, behind-the-scenes access, and some of our best content from the past. All available right now when you go to youtube.com/@BustedOpenPodcast. Subscribe right now.
Fantasy football players, learn winning strategies right now on Fantasy Sports Radio to help you draft a winning team on Channel 87 and on the SiriusXM app.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Rogers Center. Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you. Toronto trailing 3-0. Trying to get on the board here to get themselves back in this ball game. Leo Jimenez to lead things off for the Blue Jays here in the bottom of the third. The youngster in 13 games hitting .250 on the season. The 1-0 pitch is good for a strike. The fastball at 95. It's 1-1. This will be the 40th pitch right here for Taj Bradley. And Jimenez sends it down the third base side into foul territory. Now down on the count, 1-2.
And it'll be a tough ask for this Toronto Blue Jays offense to get 3 runs against Taj Bradley. Like we talked about before the broadcast, he's only given up 1 earned run in his last 20 innings.
And the Jays had their chance in the first, but they were unable to cash in either of the 2 runners that were on base with 1 down. And they're going to have to try and build something here in the third, as now Jimenez sits down. He gets caught looking. It's the 4th strikeout for Bradley, and we head back to the top of the order with George Springer. Bassitt has 5 Ks, but he's down 3-0. As I just mentioned, Bradley with his 4th strikeout moments ago. And now Springer even in the count at 1-1 after he fouls off the 1-0 pitch. Springer in his first at-bat led off the game with a little pop out to short. The 1-1 pitch, the curveball, no good outside. It's now 2-1.
Chris Bassitt's really only made 3 bad pitches all day, and 2 of those coming to Brandon Lau. 1 home run and 1 double.
Springer with another pop-up, this time to first base. And camping underneath it, making the grab with ease, Isaac Paredes. There's 2 down. You know, I mentioned earlier in the broadcast one of the things that John Schneider said in the pregame. He was talking about the trade deadline coming up and looking ahead to next year and whatnot as well. Not looking past this year, but he was asked the question, so he answered it. And he was talking about pitching and finding improvements in pitching and depth in pitching and never having enough pitching, etc. I'll ask you this question in a second as Spencer Horwitz takes the first pitch, a strike, the cutter, 0-1. Has it been the pitching or has it been the hitting that's been a bigger issue for the Blue Jays this year?
Well, I think it's been a bit of both. I think obviously there's been some injuries, some unlucky injuries in that bullpen. That's a big blow to this team.
Swing and a miss from Horwitz, now down 1-2.
The starting rotation isn't pitching as well as they had last year. I'm sure that Ross Atkins during the offseason was really relying on the starting rotation to pitch at least as well as they had last year. Bo Bichette, obviously a big disappointment this season.
And Horwitz rips one down to first base, but picked up by Paredes, who tosses underhand to Bradley, covering the bag to get the out. And that will end the inning. Let's continue the conversation into the fourth because there's lots to discuss. Jays trailing 3-0. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Mad Dog Unleashed is hitting the road. Hey, everybody, Christopher Mad Dog Russo here. Join me tomorrow, live from Bar Anticipation in Lake Como, New Jersey, as we celebrate summer. Special time, 3 to 7 Eastern. Plenty of guests, live music, lots of laughs. The doggy is coming to the beach. Bar A in Lake Como, New Jersey, tomorrow, 3 to 7 Eastern. You can't join us at Bar A? You can hear the show anytime on the SiriusXM app.
Every night after the final out, the Round Trip Roundup brings you the scores, highlights, and analysis from every game across Major League Baseball, all in less than 30 minutes.
Swung on and missed, strike 3 and a no-hitter.
It's the perfect way to get caught up on all the night's biggest home runs and best performances.
And a high drive, deep right center.
What's up, insiders? How we doing out there? Oh, man, Rays are getting it today. Come on, Blue Jays. Time for the comeback. Good to see everybody in the chat. AJ Marash, Big Jam Roll. Big J. You're awesome, dude. Well, Pila White, Gary Wilkerson, Rays fan. Thanks for hanging out with us. And let's see, we got TCOB taking care of business. Mr. Mike in the chat as well. And, all right, come on, Jays. It's time to get it going here. Hopefully, Bassitt will be able to get back on track. But if you haven't done so already, please hit that like button down below. And if you're new, hit that subscribe button. Join this awesome community of Toronto sports fans. And back to the baseball.
Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you from the Timber Mart broadcast booth. Collect air miles on your next home improvement buys at Timber Mart. And hey, make it a double play by scoring even more air miles when you purchase with your Timber Mart credit card. For details, visit Timber Mart, Canada's building center. First pitch missing to Taylor Walls. And he fouls off the next pitch as Bassitt pulls even at 1-1. Walls, the number 7 hitter in the Tampa lineup, the left-handed bat. With Tampa leading Toronto 3-0. Swing and a miss. Might have caught a little piece of that one, Walls. Either way, he's down 1-2. Two straight strikeouts to end the last inning for Bassitt, looking for another one right here. The 1-2 pitch came too far inside. It's now 2-2. Bassitt with the pitch, and it's popped way up high. Jansen calls for it. Bassitt there, and the two of them miscommunicate. Bassitt ends up making the grab, but it nearly bobbles out of his glove as he and Jansen collide, despite the fact that they record the out. What happened there?
Well, I'll tell you what, Danny Jansen didn't know that Chris Bassitt was there until he actually caught the ball. Danny Jansen was trying to catch that ball, kind of backpedaling. And if Chris Bassitt wasn't there behind Danny Jansen, I don't think Danny Jansen would have caught that baseball.
First pitch into Johnny DeLuca. The center fielder is a strike. Got him with the sweeper and an 0-1 count. Next pitch fouled off and quickly down 0-2.
Chris Bassitt's one of those rare pitchers that is very comfortable catching pop-ups like that. I know a lot of pitchers that can't even really walk and chew gum at the same time. So as soon as that ball goes up in the air, they got to get out of there.
I want names. The 0-2 pitch to DeLuca. Got a bit of a piece of that one on a sweeper at 72. We'll do it again at 0-2. Fourth inning is presented by Bet365. At Bet365, you can watch thousands of live games, build your own bet, and can even make a bet while the game's still being played. 19 plus. Play responsibly. Ontario only. Another one fouled off by DeLuca, so we'll cue it up again at 0-2.
I'm surprised you didn't comment on what happened out there in the crowd.
I had my head down. Somebody made a nice grab?
Well, it hit off the facing of the upper deck and then bounced all the way down to about the third or fourth row.
I was trying to take care of my friends at Bet365. 0-2 pitch. Another one fouled off here. Oh, stretching for this one.
Nah, that one wasn't as good.
No?
Well, you can hear the reaction of the crowd, not even nearly as loud.
Have you had any in the booth yet this year? Not one has come up this way when I've been working.
I've never had any ball in the booth. I've had them hit off the facing, but nothing actually in the booth.
And DeLuca pops this one up into shallow right field. Back for it to make the grab is Vladimir Guerrero Jr. There's 2 down.
And I'm the first to admit I don't want a baseball in the booth. I don't want to have to catch a baseball with my bare hands. I don't want to have to jump out of the way. I'm one of those pitchers that has no business catching a pop-up.
Can you walk and chew gum at the same time?
Barely.
All right.
I am not on that list, but I can barely do it.
2 down here, top of the fourth. Blue Jays trailing 3-0. Bassitt with the first pitch into Jackson. Alex Jackson, the number 9 hitter, now down 0-1 with a curveball clocked just under 70 miles an hour. And now 0-2 as Bassitt comes back with the sinker, catches the inside edge. This pitch right here will be number 75 for Bassitt here in the top of the fourth. That went high, way high. It's now 1-2.
Yeah, he's thrown a ton of pitches, 75 pitches through 3 2/3. Taj Bradley for the Rays has only thrown 49.
Bassitt off the rubber, taking a couple of deep breaths. He steps back on, getting set for the 1-2 pitch. Jays down 3-0. Top 4. The leg kick and the delivery. And that one down in the dirt. It's 2-2.
Have you and Jonesy ever worn Hawaiian shirts by accident?
Paul Jones.
Well, I guess you don't have a booth, do you? Where you guys do it on the side?
Yeah, we do it courtside.
Yeah.
Down at, I have been known to wear a Hawaiian shirt with a suit. Jonesy, not so much. And Bassitt on the 2-2 just came too far inside to Jackson, and he loses him. Batting .087 on the season, and he gets a free pass as that pitch caught his arm.
Yeah, that might be the last guy that you want to hit in this whole league. Alex Jackson, like you said, hitting .087, 91 at-bats, and Chris Bassitt comes up and in, hits him in the arm. Might have hit him in the hand, actually.
And the first pitch now to Palacios. Missing outside, it's 1-0. Jonesy actually was at the game last night, sitting down in not quite Gucci row, but the second row of those sweet seats right down below you guys. He texted me, he said, "Hey, you're calling the game, right? I'm down in the second row. I love the lounge." I'm like, dude, A, I'm not working, and B, you don't roll in the same circles I do if you're sitting in the second row and you're hanging out in those fancy new lounges here at Rogers Center. The 1-0 pitch. That one no good to Palacios. It's now 2-1.
I went down to that restaurant actually for the first time yesterday. There is a cool little bobblehead museum down there. I think it's called Bobbling Blue Jays. And they're behind glass, and there's probably about 250 really cool bobbleheads.
The 2-1 outside, now 3-1 as Bassitt is running into some trouble here. He looked pretty smooth on the first 2 batters of this inning, Walls and DeLuca. And now after hitting Jackson, he's trying to avoid putting on Palacios, with Paredes coming up next, who doubled in his last at-bat. This one sent towards second, over in the gap to make the play. Horowitz over to first, and they get the out. The nice stretch and scoop from Vladdy will get Toronto out of the inning and away from any damage. Away to the bottom of the fourth we go. Toronto down 3-0. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Timber Mart is Canada's building center, a solid neighbor to call upon when you've got a job to do. Your dependable home improvement store that offers the added value of Air Miles reward miles with every purchase of $15 or more. Visit timbermart.ca.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between Pizza and inflation. First to the plate, Pizza's big hitter, fixed rate pizza. An extra large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. I dare say, folks, inflation stands no chance against this all-star. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for fixed rate pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca. Timber Mart always has plans to help you with your plans. Your home, your cottage, your garage, whatever needs your attention first, check the most visited spot on our website for ready-to-order plans to get the job done with Canada's building center. Visit timbermart.ca.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
10 Ks today for Kevin Gausman in 7 scoreless innings.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Back at Rogers Center, getting set to start the 4th inning. The bottom of the 4th inning, I should say. As the Blue Jays are looking to get on the board, trailing 3-0. Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you from the Timber Mart broadcast booth. Vladdy Guerrero leading things off for Toronto. And the first pitch comes in from Taj Bradley. It's a strike on a curveball clocked at 75.
So back to those Gucci seats that you were talking about.
Yes, sir.
He was in the second row of the super comfortable new ones.
Vladdy rips one out to short, picked up by Walls, over to first, and there's one down.
He was in that nice section right behind home plate. He just wasn't in the first row.
Yes.
Where you could touch the field.
Yeah.
He was in the second row.
What's after Gucci? Like, not as good as Gucci, but still pretty damn good. I don't even know. That's not my, like,
Coach.
It's like the first time I went to Rodeo Drive and I went into a Louis Vuitton store. This is like 25 years ago, thinking I'm going to be able to buy something for my wife. Saw a price tag on a purse. I'm like, oh, I'll get her like a belt or a wallet. And instead I ended up the road at Lacoste and bought her a pair of socks. And I saved the receipt and said, here you go. I bought you something on Rodeo Drive. Justin Turner. First pitch called strike. Second one he let go. It's 1-1 to Turner with one down here in the bottom of the 4th.
You strike me as a Rodeo Drive guy.
Oh, yeah.
Take the photo, post it to your Instagram.
Yeah,
well,
that's exactly
MySpace back then.
MySpace. The 2-1 to Turner. And that one no good. Missed outside, a little bit low as well. It's now 3-1. Taj Bradley gets the sign from his catcher Jackson. Here's the 3-1. Turner didn't like it. He thought it was low, but by what we saw, it did look like it caught the bottom part of that strike zone, so it's now 3-2.
Well, that pitch right there shows you exactly how Taj Bradley feels about his splitter. A 3-1 splitter to Justin Turner.
Now Turner swinging and fouling one off to stay alive. We'll do it again at 3-2.
He throws that thing about 28% of the time. And I tell you what, if you can throw your split finger in a 3-run count, you have a lot of confidence in it.
Swing and a miss. Turner sits down, strikes out for the second time in this ball game. There's 2 away.
And the thing about throwing that split finger in a 3-1 count, Justin Turner is up there thinking, well, if he's throwing it in a 3-1 count, might as well think he's going to throw it again in a 3-2 count. And then Taj Bradley just throws that 97-mile-an-hour heater past him at the top of the strike. So that's a tough pitcher out there.
Dalton Varsho swinging at the first pitch, sends it out to second base, picked up by Palacios, over to first to get the out, and that sits down the Blue Jays. They go 1-2-3, on to the 5th we go. Toronto trailing 3-0. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Probably thinking, why do Deadpool and Wolverine have their own SiriusXM channel? This is called press. You have to promote your movie. Deadpool and Wolverine in theaters July 26. So jump in for some wild music, hardly any sarcasm,
Okay, guys, let's get out there and make a difference.
and an irresponsible amount of, you know, Deadpool and Wolverine Radio. Now for a limited time exclusively in the SiriusXM app. Search Deadpool and Wolverine.
It's fantasy football season, because we say it is.
Travis Kelce, touchdown!
From fantasy football strategies to players you need to draft or avoid.
Christian McCaffrey is one of the riskiest #1 overall picks in fantasy football history.
Fantasy Sports Radio is your home to win.
There is no bigger value today than Dak Prescott.
If you're not preparing for the 2024 fantasy football season, you're already losing. Channel 87 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
This is John Palmerosi. Coming up on the next episode of The Road to Cooperstown, I sit down with Hall of Famer Tom Glavine.
I knew I wasn't going to be afforded another 17-loss season. I knew when I went back that next year I better show some more progress, and thankfully I did.
The Road to Cooperstown airs Saturday at 9 a.m. Eastern on MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM 89, and the all-new SiriusXM app. New episodes drop every Tuesday wherever you get your podcasts.
Leading 3-0.
Blue Jays fans, this is Ross Atkins, and you're listening to Blue Jays Baseball on SiriusXM.
Network.
The fifth inning is brought to you by Desjardins Financial Group. Desjardins awarded another 150 grants worth $20,000 each to entrepreneurs across Canada. See how Desjardins cheer on small biz at goodsparkgrants.ca.
Davis Schneider on his horse makes the grab out in left field as Isak Paredes was swinging at the first pitch, and he lines out to left field. There's quickly one down.
What's that website called?
goodsparkgrants.ca. I was listening.
Well, you've said it a few times. That's how you know.
Tell you what, though, can you smell the smoke burn right now? You put me on the spot with that one, but I came through with an RBI double. Speaking of which, that wasn't even intentional. Brandon Lau steps up, who had an RBI double in his last at-bat. He's 2 for 2 in the ballgame with a homer and a double. And his Rays leading the Jays 3-0. First pitch a strike, second one a ball, a sinker. And now the 1-1 pitch missing outside, maybe a litlittle bit high as well. It's 2-1.
And that home run in the top of the first inning was hit out to right field in the 500 level. Just curling around that right field foul pole. That was a moonshot.
And now the 2-1 pitch missing outside on a sinker at 92. It's 3-1.
The home run came on a changeup. The double that he ripped down the right field line came on one of those slow breaking balls. I would imagine that he's probably going to stay hard during this at-bat.
And now the 3-1 pitch catches the outside edge on a sinker. It's 3-2.
And if I'm Chris Bassitt, and I'm not, him and I think very differently when it comes to pitching, but I would imagine he's thinking maybe a cutter at the top of the strike zone. He's thrown a ton of those to lefties lately.
Here's the 3-2. And he lost him. That one way high. So it's a free pass for Brandon Lau.
Yeah, it wasn't a cutter, but it was something hard. 93 with that sinker. Just kind of faded off the plate. Brandon Lau gets to first base via the walk.
Out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Devilishly good since Toronto first raised the trophy in 92. Join them for wings, ribs, beer, cocktails, and catch every play at your local St. Louis Bar and Grill. Download the app or visit stlouiswings.com for more details. Always devilishly good. That first pitch, devilishly good. A strike and an 0-1 count to a Rosarena. We'll give you a couple of those out-of-town scores in a moment here. Second pitch down in the dirt. It's 1-1.
That might have been one of the best segues that I've heard in a while. How are you not sponsored by the St. Louis Bar and Grill?
Well,
they do have good wings.
If they want to call the Fan 590 sales department, I'm definitely available. Happy to read some promos for you or do some commercials. In fact, I'll even make an appearance post-game as early as today if you want. There is one right behind the dome. If you're not from Toronto or the GTA, if you haven't been, why don't you visit our friends at the St. Louis Bar and Grill?
Are you going to mention a score or not? What are we doing here?
It's 3-0. Bassitt ahead in the count, 1-2. To a Rosarena. Swing and a miss, sits him down. Got him on the cutter, clocked at 90. There's 2 away. See, after all that, I forgot to give the out-of-town scores.
I'll give you a score.
Give it to me.
The San Francisco Giants and Dodgers are playing right now in L.A. at Dodger Stadium. It's 0-0 in the first inning. Have you ever been to a Dodgers-Giants game?
I have not been to a Dodgers-Giants game. I have been to a game in San Fran and seen the Giants. I have not been to a game in L.A., but I will be there in a couple of weeks.
Are the Giants in L.A.?
No, the Baltimore Orioles will be in LA.
It's not the same. That's not even close to the same. Same colors, I guess, but not the same.
I can't help who's on the schedule when I go on vacation.
But if you are a baseball fan and you love rivalries, seeing the San Francisco Giants and the LA Dodgers, either in LA or in San Francisco, that's probably outside of the Red Sox and Yankees. That's probably my favorite rivalry in all of baseball.
The 1-1 pitch to Josh Lowe fouled off, and now he's down in the count 1-2. I have seen the Red Sox and Yankees in Boston. Twice, actually, I believe.
That's got to be cool. I've never actually seen those two teams play each other.
Blue Jays trailing 3-0, top 5. 1 on, 2 down, and a 1-2 count to Lowe. He sends one into center field. It should be an easy grab for Varsho. Turn to his left, then back to his right. Makes the grab out near the track. That went further than I thought it would. But either way, the Blue Jays record the out and get out of the inning. But they're still down 3-0 as we head to the bottom of the 5th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Embrace the chaos of baseball's trade deadline.
This changes the whole landscape.
Tune to MLB Network Radio for up-to-the-minute news and analysis of every trade, every rumor, straight from the experts, leading up to Tuesday's deadline.
It's a seller's market. It's not going to be easy, but the big boys step up. The big boys get it done.
Don't miss live coverage of baseball's trade deadline on MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM 89, and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
If you love golf, then you should never turn off SiriusXM PGA Tour Radio. Our hosts have the best takes.
Tiger's impact on the game of golf, aside from how good he was at it, was something that I don't think we'll ever see again.
Talk to the biggest guests.
Scotty, you've had a year to celebrate.
This year, I've just seen a lot of good results.
And can even help you with your own game.
Take the club and at address, open it up.
It's all golf, all the time. On SiriusXM PGA Tour Radio, Channel 92 in the car, and on the SiriusXM app.
You love listening to baseball. You love talking about baseball, and so do we. That's why SiriusXM has the only channel on the radio dedicated to baseball 24/7. It's MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89. News, opinions, passionate baseball talk from former players and GMs, plus interviews with players, managers, and executives, original specials, and much, much, much more. All baseball, every day, on your radio. If you can hear me right now, you've got MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
24/7, 365 coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
Radio Network.
Bottom of the 5th inning, and the Blue Jays trail 3-0. Danny Jansen to lead things off for Toronto. First pitch outside. Taj Bradley has pitched very well thus far this afternoon. Just threw his 60th pitch, and Jansen swings at 61, down on one knee, and the count even at 1-1. Came inside with the splitter. And it's called a ball inside. They had a quick look down at first base. Rob Drake said no. Jansen didn't go. It's now 2-1. Three and 1 as Bradley comes high and inside, and a chance for the Blue Jays to get the leadoff man on. Toronto with only 2 hits in the ball game. One of them was an infield hit that was sent to a review. So they certainly haven't hit the ball very well or had a whole lot of success against Bradley, but they're going to try and do something here in the 5th as Jansen just got the free pass. That brings up Davis Schneider. The number 7 hitter in the Blue Jay lineup. Playing in left field today. And the first pitch to Schneider, good for a strike. The cutter at 88, it's 0-1.
It'd be nice to see a Davis Schneider blast, wouldn't it?
It would.
Haven't seen one of those in a while. Taj Bradley has only given up 1 earned run in 24 innings, including this game now. He's on some kind of roll.
10 homers on the season for Schneider. Fouls this one off, and he's down in the count now, 0-2. That went off to our right. Schneider's average has dipped down to 219 on the season. Would love to get something going right here with Jansen out at first. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. And Schneider strikes out.
This injury report is brought to you by Bergmanis Pereira Personal Injury Lawyers. If life has thrown you a curveball and you're striking out with your insurance company, get ahead of the count and call Bergmanis Pereira Personal Injury Lawyers. You focus on getting better, and Bergmanis Pereira will take care of the rest. Visit bplawyers.ca.
Solid.
I always like to get a compliment from you after that.
Ernie Clement jumps on the first pitch, but it'll be a long fly out to center field about 6 feet in front of the track. Making the grab is Johnny DeLuca, and there's 2 away.
Let's take a look at Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, who could begin his rehab assignment as early as Saturday. IKF has ramped up his activity level in recent days, and as long as everything goes well through Friday, the Blue Jays expect him to join AAA Buffalo on Saturday. IKF's been out since July 1st, and this is actually quicker than the Blue Jays anticipated, so this is good news for them.
And John Schneider said before the ball game that when IKF does return, he will almost assuredly take over the full-time duties at short. But he did say that Leo Jimenez could still see some time at second base or even at third. And the reason I bring him up, of course, is he's at the plate right now, ahead in the count 1-0. First pitch down in the dirt from Bradley. Second pitch fouled off by Jimenez, and now even in the count 1-1.
And then we talked about this last night, but Ricky Tiedemann, the number 1 Blue Jays prospect, is getting a second and third opinion on his elbow. Sorry, his forearm. Is it forearm, elbow? I think it might be forearm. I've never heard of that before. I've never heard of a planned second and third opinion, but we'll see how that goes. Hopefully it's good news for him.
Big cut from Jimenez, misses, and he's now down in the count 1-2. And actually there was one other little update as we keep this injury report rolling. John Schneider saying that there's really no update on Jordan Romano. Like, I don't know if that's much of an update, but it's like there is nothing to say.
It's kind of an update.
He said he's still grinding away down in Florida. The 1-2 pitch, high and outside. It's now 2-2. Jansen on first. He's there from a walk that led off the inning, but he's been stuck there. Jimenez trying to knock him around right here. The 2-2 pitch, and that one fouled off as Leo stays alive.
The only thing I have to say about IKF coming back and solely playing shortstop is if you're not sending Leo Jimenez back to Buffalo, which I don't think they will, you have to play him pretty consistently. He's a guy that is a big leaguer, in my opinion, and he could be a good one, so you have to give him some reps and some consistent reps.
The 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, and Jimenez sits down, and that ends the inning for the Blue Jays. On to the 6th we go. Tampa still leading 3-0 You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
If you're looking for a fun day, did you know the day before Monday? Junior J Sunday. You can paint your face, come and meet Ace and run base to base. On Junior J Sunday. So many things to do. You could bring your crew and even mom and dad too. Junior J Sunday.
Sundays are for Junior Jays. Get to the ballpark early to enjoy outdoor activities before continuing the fun inside while you cheer on the Blue Jays.
If you're feeling the song, grab your dad or mom, visit BlueJays.com. Junior J Sunday.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle.
Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Mondays on City TV, Jen's journey for love continues.
I'm gonna fall in love, and I'm gonna do it my way.
On The Bachelorette.
Jen is truly a woman of a man's dreams.
I just feel so hopeful.
But finding the one.
I'm falling for you, and I'm not afraid to say it.
What could go wrong?
Will be easier said than done.
This is all a show to you, bro. You stand no chance.
You think you're ready for an engagement? I just don't want to choose the wrong person again.
The Bachelorette. All new Mondays 8, 7 Central on City TV. Or stream it on City TV Plus.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Strike three. Kevin Gausman strikes out this side.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Top of the sixth inning. Sixth inning is brought to you by Desjardins Financial Group. Desjardins is a big fan of small biz. That's why they awarded another $3 million to small business owners across the country. See how Desjardins cheered on small biz this year at goodsparkgrants.ca.
That was good.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
We have 25 years in this business, though. If it wasn't good, I'd be surprised.
All it means is I can read. Trevor Richards now into the ballgame. He has taken over for Chris Bassitt, who exits after 5 innings and down 3-0. Richards' 0-1 pitch came too far inside to Ahmad Rosario, the third baseman. Now even in the count, 1-1. And he rips one into left field. It's going to drop in front of Davis Schneider, and a leadoff single for Rosario. Five innings pitched again for Bassitt. Gave up 5 hits, 3 earned runs, had 6 strikeouts and a walk. Those don't sound like terrible numbers. And as you noted earlier, it was really just 2 or 3 pitches at inopportune times, and Tampa took full advantage. Now they're trying to jump on Richards with the leadoff man on. And Taylor Walls comes up to the plate, the left-handed bat, the shortstop for the Rays. He's 0 for 2 in the ballgame. First pitch, high and outside, 1-0.
I think I said he made 3 bad pitches earlier on in the broadcast. I want to say he only made 2. Those 2 pitches, one to I guess both to Lau. The home run and the double, it was a hanging breaking ball and just a changeup that kind of floated over the middle. But other than that, he was pretty good today.
And as has been the case so many times this season, the offense just hasn't been able to get going to provide Bassitt with any kind of help. We'll see if that changes here in the later stages of the game. Here in the top of the 6th, Jays trailing 3-0. And now Trevor Richards into the ball game, battling against Taylor Walls.
And Trevor Richards has been struggling mightily. In May, he had a 2.57 ERA. June, he was even better with a 1.23. And in July, he has a 12.38 ERA.
The 2-1 pitch fouled off as Walls couldn't keep up with that fastball, clocked at 94. It's now 2-2.
Trevor Richards has given up 12 runs, 11 of those earned in just 8 innings.
Wow. Here's the 2-2 pitch. And taking off for second, sliding in safely, was Rosario. The pitch to Walls was a ball, so now a runner in scoring position with none out and a 3-2 count. Rosario just ripped his 9th stolen base of the season and his 2nd of this game. And now Walls just walked, issued the free pass by Richards, 2 on with none out to start this 6th inning.
And I think the biggest reason for Trevor Richards struggling, first of all, I'm sure his confidence is a little bit rattled now. So getting these first 2 guys on, still nobody out, that's going to be a concern for him. But I think the biggest thing is the fastball location, and then the second biggest thing is his changeup just really isn't as good as it was. It's more of a floating changeup that he isn't really locating all that well, and it just gets hit really hard.
The right-handed bat now, Johnny DeLuca. Looks at the first pitch. It's a strike. Richards got him with the changeup and an 0-1 count. First and second with none out here in the 6th inning. Richards looks over at second. The 0-1 pitch. DeLuca showing bunt for a second, pulled back. And now the count is even at 1-1.
That's a tough call right there. That was a fastball right on the outside corner. Should have been called a strike, but DJ Rayburn kind of just stood there. I'm sure if I'm Trevor Richards, I'm pretty upset out there.
The 1-1 fouled off. Now Richards ahead in the count, 1-2. Out of town scoreboard brought to you by the St. Louis Bar and Grill. Miami ends up taking Baltimore to extras, but the Orioles get the victory in 10 innings, 7-6. Detroit inching towards 500. They beat Cleveland 3-0. Here's the 1-2 pitch to DeLuca. And that one way high, way inside. In fact, DeLuca had to duck from that one. It's now 2-2. The 2-2 pitch fouled off down the first base side, just beyond the dugout into about the 10th, 15th row. We'll do it again at 2-2.
And also on that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, I forgot to mention that Clayton Kershaw is pitching for the Dodgers today, his first game of 2024.
Here's the 2-2. Inside again. And now 3-2.
It's another layer to that rivalry. That's got to be fun being at Dodger Stadium right now, watching him throw against the Giants.
Did you get out there at all while you were off for a while?
No. Is that a serious question?
I don't know. And DeLuca bloops one into shallow left center, kind of in no man's land. That little Bermuda Triangle out there as Schneider came in, Varsho came in, Jimenez was backpedaling and nobody could get to it, and the bases are loaded with none out here in the 6th.
And here comes Pete Walker, probably just to settle down Trevor Richards. Nobody's warming up out there in that Blue Jays bullpen as actually Ryan Burr starts to stand up and get loose a little bit. But at this point, I think you're just telling Trevor Richards, hey, slow the game down, get this guy, make a good pitch, get a ground ball, we'll turn 2 and get the... I mean, if I'm the Blue Jays here, I'm taking 2 outs for 1 run here. I'm going to trade that, but this must be tough for Trevor Richards, especially with the way things are going. The bases are loaded, nobody's out. Even if things were going well, this would be a tough situation for any pitcher, so I can only imagine what Trevor Richards is thinking right now.
I can't imagine that there's one answer. In due respect to you, I can't imagine you even have the answer, but I'm still going to ask it anyways. How does a season flip like that for a guy that started so hot, that continued to pitch well, as you gave the numbers moments ago, to then just have things completely flip on their head?
I think sometimes it has to do with fatigue, and then kind of when that snowball starts to go.
First pitch inside to Alex Jackson.
And you start to give up a lot of runs. You start to walk guys. Your pitches aren't as great as they were. the fatigue starts to set in. I think it's just a snowball effect.
Now Jackson fouls off the 1-0 and pulls even. Richards does at 1-1.
And it's really hard, especially in the big leagues in this situation, when everything is magnified, when the game speed is really quick, to pull yourself out of those situations. And here we are with Trevor Richards.
Infield in as Jackson fouls off the 1-1, now down on the count 1-2.
And the infield is in, just like you mentioned. I said that the Blue Jays would probably trade a double play for a run, and clearly they don't want to. They don't want to give up another run here, so they're trying to get that guy at home plate with the infield in.
Here's the 1-2 pitch from Richards. Inside, down low. It's now 2-2.
And I think, like I said earlier, one of the biggest things with Trevor Richards is obviously that changeup. So if he's not getting on top of that changeup, and it doesn't have the depth that it does when he's on, and it's kind of just floating up there, it's almost like that pitch is on a tee for those hitters.
And ripped up the middle, a base hit for Jackson. That's going to score 2. As the dude batting .087 comes through with a clutch hit for the Rays, as they now lead 5-0, and there are still none out here in the 6th, with now runners at first and second.
Well, if I was Alex Jackson and I saw the Blue Jays pull the infield in, I am excited about that, because if you look at the numbers, when the infield is in, averages skyrocket. It's easier for balls to get through. It's harder for infielders to snag those hard ground balls. And as we just saw, Alex Jackson hit not a weak ground ball, but not a great ground ball up the middle for a 2-run single.
And first pitch swinging, Palacios, a chopper out to first, grabbed by Vladdy. He steps on the bag himself. There's finally one away, but the runners advance, so it's now second and third with just one out. Let me go back to that Alex Jackson single. If the infield wasn't in, do you think that Jimenez is able to make a play at short, or is that still going to get through and make its way into center?
Well, I think it depends where the infield is playing. And again, the Blue Jays are bringing the infield in, but I think it depends where the infielders are positioned. But
first pitch to Paredes.
I think generally speaking, sorry to cut you off.
Sorry, it was a strike.
I think generally speaking that might have snuck through, but.
And now missing on the second pitch, a little bit outside. It's 1-1.
Averages really skyrocket with the infield and in. And again, the Blue Jays are in again. We'll see what the result is, but Isak Paredes has to be extremely happy that the Blue Jays have pulled the infield in.
And now the 1-1 pitch down low. Richards missing the fastball at 93. He's already thrown 25 pitches in just this inning alone with only one out. And it's another base hit. Out to left field. Coming up, throwing the play at the plate. Sliding in safely is Alex Jackson. DeLuca came in obviously from third with ease, but Jackson got on his horse, scored from second, and now Tampa has ripped this lead open to 7-0.
And I said it before, it's kind of that snowball effect where when things go bad, they just keep snowballing and they keep getting worse because the confidence level continues to tank. You try to be perfect. You start to second guess things that you normally wouldn't second guess. And again, here we are. Trevor Richards giving up 4 earned runs in this top of the 6th inning with still only 1 out, and the Rays are now leading 7-0.
9 hits, 7 runs, and potentially more to come as Brandon Lau takes the first pitch, and it's no good. Missing on the changeup. It's a 1-0 count. Two for 2 in the ball game with a walk. Lau looks at the next pitch, and it caught the outside edge for Trevor Richards. Count even now at 1-1. Now 2-1 as the changeup was down in the dirt. Out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by the St. Louis Bar and Grill. Texas leading Chicago, the White Sox that is, 2-1, bottom of the 8th, as the Blue Jays welcome the Rangers to town tomorrow for a 3-game series. The 2-1 pitch down low in the dirt again from Richards. It's now 3-1. Dare I say he's coming out at the end of this at-bat?
Yeah, I would imagine this is his last batter. Ryan Burr is out there getting loose. He's actually done getting loose. He's just standing on the mound watching the game at this point.
Big swing and a miss on a 3-1 pitch. Lau couldn't catch up with that fastball. And now Richards pulls even at, or not even, but fights back to 3-2.
But this is almost like the Eric Swanson situation where you're just wondering, why can't he get anybody out?
The 3-2 pitch is high, no good, and Richards' struggles continue. And as we suspected, that's going to do it for Trevor Richards. And there's a smattering of boos around Rogers Center as well, as John Schneider comes out and Trevor Richards' day is done. A rough inning to say the least. 32 pitches, and he leaves with just one out here in the 6th, and the Blue Jays trailing 7-0 as we go back to baseball control with Show Ali.
Thank you very much, Eric and Chris. Before we check the out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill, quick reminder that J-Stock with Blair and Barker follows this game. They're on both TV and radio today. Blair will throw out the back leg line once this game is over, but you can leave them a message right now. 416-413-3959 is the number to call. Please leave your name and location. All right, on that out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Hard not to start with this today, but the Padres knocking off the Nationals 3-0. Dylan Cease becoming just the second Padres starter ever to throw a no-hitter. Here's the call, courtesy of Jesse Agler with 97.3 The Fan in San Diego.
Here's the 1-0. Abrams swings, lines it into right field. Johnson coming on. He's got it, and the ball game is over. Dylan Cease has no hit the Washington Nationals. On a rainy Thursday in D.C., the Padres will celebrate. They have mobbed Cease on the infield, and the Pods sweep the Nats with a 3-0 victory. Cease came close time and time and time again, and today he gets it done.
He waits out the rain delay to complete the no-no. 114 pitches thrown, 3 walks issued, 9 strikeouts for Cease. The first pitcher since at least 1901 with 30-plus strikeouts and 2 or less hits in a 3-outing span. So well done for Dylan Cease in Washington today. Blue Jays baseball brought to you, of course, by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get back down to the Dome. Ryan Burr on the mound. Here is Eric Smith and Chris LaRue.
All right, thanks very much, Joe. First pitch from Burr, and that's in for a strike. I'm not sure what happened there to Arozarena. He was completely baffled by that slider. The 0-1 pitch, and he got him again with another slider, completely undressing Arozarena. Burr inheriting 2 runners right now at first and second with just 1 out here in the 6th. And he comes back with another slider. This one outside, though. It's 1-2.
And keep in mind, those 2 guys on base right now at second base and first base are both Trevor Richards runs.
Quick look at second. Burr turns, fires, and Arozarena rips one out to center field. Back on the track, making the grab is Dalton Varsho. There's 2 away, but tagging and going from second to third is Paredes. So it's now runners on the corners for Josh Lowe.
Are you ready for Trevor Richards' July totals?
Man, I don't know if I want them.
8 1/3 innings, 16 runs.
Oof. Eesh.
I don't know that feeling, but I've had some rough outings, a lot like he has recently, and it is not a pretty place to be.
And he's sitting inside the Blue Jay dugout right now with his hat off, and understandably a very stoic, befuddled stare out at the field.
This is a guy that had a 1.23 in June and a 2.57 in May. He was on fire.
The 0-1 pitch to Lowe is no good. As Burr missed with the fastball, it's now 1-1. 2 down here, top 6. It's been a very long half inning, with Tampa now leading 7-0. Burr missing outside. It's 2-1. And I'll tell you the other thing, too. I'm not trying to stoke any fires or anything. I think it's an obvious statement to even the most casual baseball fan. With the trade deadline coming, you would assume that Richards could have been and may still be one of those guys mentioned. But with those numbers, even if he is dealt, the price just got a whole lot lower.
Yeah, the return's not going to be nearly as much as it was, although the return really probably wouldn't have been great anyways.
The 2-2 fouled off by Lowe, as Burr is now trying to get the Blue Jays out of this inning. They've given up 4 runs in this inning. Lowe is the number 9 hitter in this frame. We're approaching 5 o'clock Eastern here in the top of the 6th. And that one fouled off down the first base side. Sounds like it cracked the bat. And indeed, Lowe is walking over toward the dugout, looking for some fresh lumber.
I'm actually surprised Josh Lowe didn't realize that bat broke right away. It took him a second to figure that out. I thought that thing was broken right away. You said it.
You could hear it.
Although he doesn't have the microphone that we have.
That's the Tom Young special. He's down there on the field before the game with his little sandbox tools digging microphones into the ground for us. Here's the 2-2 pitch coming from Burr to Lowe. Sent out towards second, ripped one on the ground, picked up by Horwitz, over to first to Vladdy to get the out, and finally the Jays get out of the 6th, but they give up 4. They trail by a touchdown, 7-0, bottom of the 6th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
When it's time to turn up. Turn to Flex 2K, a SiriusXM channel that takes you from 2000s bling to the rise of trap.
Let's go, man.
Nothing but the hip-hop bangers that define the first 2 decades of the millennium. Flex 2K, Channel 49, and the SiriusXM app.
The NFL Radio Training Camp Tour is almost here.
The process with all our players is to come out and improve and get better each day.
Nobody gets you ready for the 2024 season like we do.
For the veteran players, they want to see the guy earn the job.
Don't miss analysis from our experts and interviews with head coaches, executives, and players.
We embrace this portion of our journey. We're just here to work and get better.
Hear coverage of the National Football League all year long on NFL Radio Channel 88 and the all-new SiriusXM app.
Are you regretting eating that gas station hot dog? Yeah, we know. We've been there too. This is a message for baseball fans like you. Did you know that you get a channel that's talking baseball 24/7 as part of your SiriusXM subscription?
What?
Our lineup includes shows hosted by former big leaguers and executives. Plus, you'll hear from 17 managers each week. MLB Network Radio is on SiriusXM Channel 89, or just search MLB Network Radio on the SXM app. SiriusXM Sports. We're more than just a game.
Hi, this is Alexa. Did you know you can listen to this game on devices with Amazon Alexa? Download the SiriusXM app, then tell me to play the Blue Jays on SiriusXM.
Welcome back. Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you in the Timbermark broadcast booth in the bottom of the 6th, and the Blue Jays with a lot of work to be done. Trailing 7-0, and George Springer will try to get things going. It's the top of the order to start this 6th inning. The 1-0 pitch to Springer. He rips one into right field. Gave it a decent ride, but back on the track and making the grab is Josh Lowe. There's one down. Arrive early to the ballpark on Wednesday, August 7th, as the Blue Jays are giving the first 15,000 fans an exclusive George Springer replica hockey jersey presented by TD. Celebrate Springer's passion for hockey and secure your ticket today by visiting BlueJays.com/promotions. tried to tie that in with Springer's at bat, but he quickly went down with that deep fly ball to right field. As now Spencer Horwitz is down in the count 0-1 after fouling one off, but Bradley comes back. Taj Bradley with the splitter missing. It's now 1-1.
What date is that hockey jersey?
August 7th.
I'm not here.
Well, too bad for you.
You will be getting me one.
Horowitz with a flip at first. He kind of dribbled it down the line. Maybe not a dribble, but either way, an easy play for Paredes to make the grab, toss it over to the covering Bradley. There's 2 down. I'll get you the jersey. And if
I was going to say, stop ignoring my demand.
If I don't, you can have mine.
Yours won't fit me.
I don't think they have sizes, do they?
No, I think they're all just large. I think that's like the general size.
In fact, I'll tell you what, I'll give you mine. You can have 2.
Yeah, right. Jackson wants his. Have you seen them? They're pretty cool.
I have seen them. But if you think that it's not going to fit me, it's sure as heck not going to fit my kid then either. Guerrero up now for the Jays. Swing and a miss at the 1-0 pitch. Now even in the count, Bradley is at 1-1. I went to a charity golf tournament earlier this week for Stomp the Stigma, suicide prevention. And I rolled up and the woman working, she said, "Oh, we have a sweater for you. Would you like a medium or large?" I said, "Have you looked at me? I'll take a small."
Did they have smalls?
They did.
Ah, perfect.
Guerrero down in the count now 1-2. Bradley coming back with a pretty nice cutter. And the Blue Jays a strike away from heading to the 7th, down 7-zip. Guerrero off the end of his bat out towards second base, making the grab, making the play as Palacios over to first, and that will do it. The Blue Jays do indeed go 1, 2, 3, and on to the 7th we go with Toronto down 7-0. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
We're 2menintruck.ca. We've got lots of men and lots of trucks, so get ready to be moved.
Take 2menintruck.ca. So when you gotta move,
What's up, insiders? This community continues to grow like crazy, all because of you guys sharing this link out on the social networks, Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, however you have it. And check us out while you're at it, and make sure to drop a follow at TS_insider on Twitter, TikTok, Instagram. Thank you guys for your support in building this community. Let's make it even bigger and even better as we head into hockey season coming up in a couple of months. We'll see you guys in the chat. Go Blue Jays, go.
In Carnival. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
He's at the track, at the wall. He leaps, and he made the catch.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Top of the 7th inning, as Ryan Bird back out on the bump for the Jays. Ahmed Rosario to lead things off for Tampa. 2 for 3 in the ball game. He's trying to make it 3 for 4, and he will as it gets over the head of George Springer. That was a line drive that just kept on floating. Springer picks it up, whips one into second, and sliding in safely with the double is Rosario. He just ripped that thing, and it just kept going and going.
Well, Ahmed Rosario has been an absolute steal for this Tampa Bay Rays team. I think he signed for $1.5 million, a one-year deal, and he is now hitting .311 with 2 homers, 26 RBIs, but he's probably the steal of the season in this league.
Brings up Taylor Walls. The switch hitting shortstop for the Rays, batting from the left side against the righty Burr. And the first pitch in for a strike on the fastball, clocked at 94. Blue Jays down 7-0 in the 7th. Outside, now 1-1.
I just looked it up. He is, in fact, making $1.5 million this year.
You know what I call that?
A lot of
money.
A lot of money. But for a guy hitting .311, I mean, come on.
It's amazing. Signed a 1-year deal?
1-year deal. So I'm assuming that
he'll be a rich man then.
He'll get, I mean, he might not be rich. Only has 2 homers, but he'll definitely be making more than $1.5 million next year.
Well, listen, 1.5 I would still say is rich, but he might not make 20 or 25, but he's going to be making more than 1.5. He's now standing at second as he watches his teammate Taylor Walls push the count to 3-1 as Tampa is looking to do some damage for a second straight inning. They scored 4 in the last inning after getting on the first few batters, and they're trying to do the same right here as the free pass was just issued. A walk to Walls makes it first and second with none away. Out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by the St. Louis Bar and Grill. Let's give you a couple of games that are coming up later on. 7:10 Eastern Time, Atlanta at the Mets. And then the final game of the day, Oakland in L.A., technically Anaheim, to face the Angels. Whiffing on the first pitch was DeLuca, Johnny DeLuca. Burr ahead 0-1 to the right-handed hitting center fielder for the Rays, who is 1 for 3 in this ballgame, batting .171 on the season. The 0-1 pitch, good for a strike, 0-2. Missing high on the 0-2 pitch. It's now 1-2. And that went down in the dirt. A nice block from Danny Jansen. He went down butterfly style, blocked that thing, and it ricocheted in front of him. Holds the runners at first and second, and now the count sits at 2-2. The 2-2 pitch fouled off down into the dirt. And DeLuca reaches down, picks it up, tosses it over to one of the ball boys.
Before you started broadcasting baseball, would you come to Blue Jays games often in the summer? I know you're GTA West, which is a pretty far drive now, especially with the Gardner issues, but
the 2-2 pitch. Missing Burr outside, maybe a little high as well. It's 3-2. Probably 3 to 5 at most a year. I'd say more like 3. I did live in Toronto for over 20 years, though.
Oh, that's right.
And lived right downtown for a good 15 of those. And I came to games regularly. That one sent down the third base line, foul. So we'll do it again at 3-2. In fact, I came here quite a bit when my kid was like baby. We'd bring him into the games, and then my wife sometimes or I would walk home, and then one of us would finish out the ball game. So I did come quite a bit. Used to visit Tom and Jerry in the booth back in the day, or Ben and Mike. The 3-2 pitch, swing and a miss, and Burr gets the out with the strikeout. There's one away.
Burr's been pretty impressive over his 10 innings with the Blue Jays. A good fastball, 94, 95. And then right there, he shows that good slider, really good depth. It's almost like a 12-6 slider. You really don't see those that often. 86 miles an hour. Johnny DeLuca swings right over the top of it. I like him. He's cheap.
That's what you need right now. Somebody that's effective and not costing you a lot of money.
Cheap. Like Ahmed Rosario, cheap.
Trying to think of a segue, but I'm going to leave it alone. I've got 2 in my brain, and neither one would be good. For me, at least. Burr ahead in the count, 0-1. to Alex Jackson, excuse me.
Alex Jackson's average has skyrocketed to 0.97 after that base hit.
He had a huge at-bat last time up, last inning with the 2 RBIs. Swing and a miss. Now down in the count 1-2. I was mentioning visiting the booth with some of the former Blue Jay broadcasters. I might visit you and Ben tomorrow. So Ben's sliding back over from TV to radio for one night only because of the Apple TV game. And then I'm back on Saturday, and I'll be with you, or mostly you, right through to the end of the Olympics, as there is a bit of a shuffle of broadcasters covering off the Olympic Games in Paris, which officially got underway today, but the opening ceremonies are tomorrow. This one sent out to right field. It's pretty deep. Springer back to the wall, back on the wall, and it's off the wall, over his head. Jackson does it again, hustling around and scoring is Rosario, and that's one that speaks to what I said to you early in the game. The wind, would it play a factor? I think it has twice. On the solo shot in the first inning, on that we just saw right here.
Yeah.
That just looked like a long fly ball that just kept going and going and going.
Yeah, I think you're right, and George Springer was surprised by that as well. It looked like he had a beat on it, and he kind of just ran out of room, that back slamming up against the wall in right field, hitting off that mesh, that fencing above the padding, and you're right. I think that was one that just kept going and going.
Back to the top of your order we go with Richie Palacios.
And now it's 8-0 Tampa Bay with one out here in the top of the 7th.
And Amador Rosario ended up scoring on that Alex Jackson double. And he had to score because he was only halfway down the line from third to home. And Taylor Walls was already standing on third. The 1-1 pitch from Burr, he misses way high, 2-1, and you might have heard his reaction from our microphones on the field. He is not happy right now, nor should he be, as he's kind of getting knocked around right now, as did Trevor Richards in the last inning.
Well, he's not used to this. He's been dealing.
And missing on that pitch. Low. And outside. The slider no good. It's 3-1.
So anyways, back to our previous conversation. That'd be nice if you showed up.
Yeah, I'm going to be staying in the city, I think, for the weekend because I've got the games coming up with you on Saturday, Sunday, and then into next week as well, as the free pass was just issued to Palacios, and now John Schneider is making the long trek out. And in fact, tomorrow night is the Caribbean Carnival night at Rogers Center with live performances from various artists and rhythmic sounds.
So that's why you're coming. Now I know the truth. You're not coming to see me. You're coming for that.
Check for me out in right field.
Corona
rooftop. I'll be getting on my Caribbean Carnival dancing, and I'll be wearing one of those neon hats they're handing out. Might have it flipped up or flipped back. And I might be flipped out. We'll see. And the Jays are going to make a change. Ryan Burr coming out of the ball game with Toronto down 8-0. Let's go back to baseball control with Show Ali.
Thank you very much, guys. And before we check the out-of-town scoreboard, don't forget we do have Jays Talk this evening. Blair and Barker are standing by for the post-game show. They're on both TV and radio today. So to reach them on Jays Talk, you can leave them a message via the back leg line. 416-413-3959 is the number to call. You can please leave your name and location. Kevin Barker will instruct you to do so. You can also text them at 590-590. The People's Text line always open. As you guys know, standard message and data rates may apply. All right, let's check the out-of-town scoreboard. Brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. With Drone Gate still hanging over their heads, the women's national soccer team did get their gold medal defense underway this morning. A 2-1 win for Canada over New Zealand that earns them 3 points in group play, though we'll see what the ultimate decision from both FIFA and the IOC will be vis-a-vis points after the Drone Gate decision comes down. They will next play France on Sunday. They'll take on Colombia to wrap up group play next Wednesday. Canada looking for their 4th straight podium finish, certainly hoping to repeat as Olympic champs. Blue Jays baseball is brought to you, as always, by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get you back down to the Rogers Center. Here's our very own Eric Smith and Chris LaRue.
Very much so. That is Show Ali. Did some play-by-play earlier in the ball game after we had a technical issue that was quickly resolved. Unfortunately for the Blue Jays, they've had some technical issues all day. Down 8-0. As we sit here in the 7th inning, top of the 7th, and Tampa still trying to add on more with just 1 down and the bases loaded. First pitch to Isaac Paredes, no good.
And unfortunately for Nate Pearson and the Toronto Blue Jays, the bases are loaded, and the Tampa Bay Rays have their best hitter up right now in Isaac Paredes.
2 for 4 in the ballgame, Paredes. Count now even at 1-1 as Pearson comes in with a slider clocked at 85. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Down in the dirt. Another nice job there from Danny Jansen. Fresh baseball for Pearson. Trailing the count now 2-1. Here's the 2-1 pitch. That one no good. It's 3-1. When Paredes is done here, unless he hits into a double play, I'm going to give you a extremely intelligent, analytical, Captain Obvious statement. Call that a tease, folks.
Can't wait.
Here's the 3-1 pitch, and that one is sent deep but foul about 20 feet the other way. It would have been a grand slam, maybe 30 or 40 feet, but either way, it was launched into the second deck, but foul. And now the count is full at 3-2.
That was launched into the media room, wasn't it?
It hit off the facing, so it fell down into the second deck. Maybe Lindsey Dunn from City TV making a grab. Just missing.
Well, I see Ben Nicholson-Smith up there, Shai Davidi.
The 3-2. No good. High and outside. And that will walk in a run. All right, here comes the Captain Obvious statement.
All right, let's hear it.
You tell me if I'm wrong on this, because you've done pretty much all the games. I haven't. At the beginning of the season, it was the pitching's still pretty good. Not as good as last year, but it's pretty good, but the bats aren't there. Then as the season's gone on, the bats still aren't there, the pitching's struggling, but at least the bullpen's pretty good. Now we're at a point where the hitting's still not there, the pitching isn't great, and the bullpen is no good. That's a bad recipe. Like, there's not a lot good going on right now, or at least not consistently or consistently enough for the Jays.
Well, I think there's one thing, well, maybe two things that are good right now for the Toronto Blue Jays.
Vlad, as a base hit is sent into right field by Brandon Lau, and that's going to score more. And the Boo Birds are out in Toronto. Toronto is now trailing 10-0. The bases are still loaded, and there's still only one down in the seventh.
Yeah, and the unfortunate thing for Ryan Burr, who came out of this game before Nate Pearson, his run is still on third base. Two of the runs on base right now are Nate Pearson, second and first, but he's sitting in that dugout watching intently. Anyways, back to what I think are some positive things about this team right now. Vladimir Guerrero Jr., that's obviously the most obvious answer.
And Arozarena swings at the 0-1 pitch. It is fouled off the end of his bat. He loses the grip, and the bat goes flying past Nate Pearson on the mound to Pearson's left. Arozarena reaches out his hand and kind of signals towards Pearson. My bad, man, I'm sorry. And Pearson kind of waves the gloves and nods. No problem. Yeah, I get it. No problem.
Nate Pearson actually had to jump out of the way. I don't think it would have hit him, but it looked like he was a little bit uncomfortable out there with that bat coming towards him. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is now hitting .296, 18 homers, 62 RBIs. Who would have thought that in April?
Arozarena sends a blooper into left center. Sliding in and making the grab is Davis Schneider, but tagging and scoring from third base is Richie Palacios. So now the Rays have gone up 11-0 here in the seventh. All right, no disrespect. you've taken a long time to tell me 3 things about Vladdy. Anybody else?
I said there's 2 things right now that are positive. Jimmy Garcia's back.
Okay, good.
The back end of the bullpen and the number 3 hitter. Those are 2 things in this lineup right now that are, on this roster right now that are positive. And then you obviously have to mention Spencer Horwitz as well.
Sure, he's been great.
Outside of that, not great. There's really nothing that has been going incredibly well for this Blue Jays team. I think that's the obvious statement at this point.
2 down, top 7, 11-0 Tampa. And now Josh Lowe down 0-2 in the count. Pearson would love to get out of this inning right here. Still with runners at first and second. And this one is fouled off down the third base line, way deep into the stands.
And today's outing from Ryan Burr kind of just shows you how quickly a season can change for a guy in the bullpen. He came into this ball game, he had a 1.93 ERA. He left this ball game, and now that the book is closed on him, all of his runs have come into score. He now has a 5.40 ERA. He's sitting in that dugout, and he is unhappy. I can almost guarantee that. And then, of course, Trevor Richards also gave up 4 earned runs today. His ERA is now 4.83.
And the inning will continue. It's death by 1,000 cuts right now. Base hit for Lowe. Scores 1, and Tampa now leads 12-0.
So back to our conversation about Vlad. He has been great.
Well, our boss just texted me, literally. I just looked down at my phone and I saw the text roll in from Ryan Fabra, who is reminding me that my winning percentage on calling games is not good. But as I will text him back, if he's listening right now, maybe I don't need to send the text. I think my winning percentage is about in line with what the Blue Jays' winning percentage is.
Yeah. You were 7 and 11.
7-11 coming into today.
So now, I mean, obviously you're going to be 7 and 12.
I'm pretty confident I'll be 7 and 12. Tell you what, if the Blue Jays come back to win this game, Tom and Chris, dinner's on me tonight. And in fact, Show and Derek, come on down. I'm buying for everybody if the Blue Jays win this game. In fact, Ryan Fabro, you're in too.
You're so Rodeo.
Rosario down in the count, or ahead in the count, 2-1, and it's now 3-1 as Pearson just missed on the fastball. Man, this inning feels like it's taken an hour.
It might have.
It's the top of the 7th. The Blue Jays are down 12-0. And Rosario just sent one deep to center on the track, making the grab to finally end it is Dalton Varsho. The Blue Jays have given up 9 runs over the last 2 innings, and we go to the bottom of the 7th with Toronto trailing 12-0. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle.
Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
We're 2 men and a truck. So, you're moving to a new home, and all that's left to do is to call a mover you know you can trust. Well, naturally, you think 2 men and a truck, since you know they have lots of men and lots of trucks. They'll wrap, pack, and move everything you own. With a 96% referral rating and the professionalism you can trust, the choice is simple. For a free in-home estimate, call today. We're 2 men and a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care.
your side. Got a heart so big, on this you can rely. No mountains too tall for the strong boots to climb. I am by your side.
That was Desjardins Insurance, playing insurance with a heart so big it shows. Tune in for your auto and home coverage at desjardins.com/heart.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
It's a bases-clearing double for Isaiah Kiner-Falefa
on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back. Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you from the Timbermart broadcast booth, bottom of the 7th. And the first pitch in for a strike to Justin Turner. He didn't like the call. But the sinker was good. Back with a changeup down in the dirt, 1-1.
New pitcher on the mound for the Tampa Bay Rays is Edwin Uceda.
In relief of Bradley, who was fantastic.
He was.
Uceda missing on the next pitch. It's now 2-1. Curtis Mead into the ballgame at second base. And I believe Palacios has gone into left field. We'll double check that in a second here. Mead has come in for Rosarena, and Palacios has moved into left. What's wrong?
There's nothing wrong.
All right.
I was just watching you.
You gave me a look like, nah.
I was just watching you tell everybody where all the new positions were.
Well, I'll tell you this. Justin Turner just walked, and here comes the rally. Tom Young wants to eat as the Blue Jays try to mount the 12-0 comeback. All joking aside, it's obviously never a bad thing to get the leadoff runner on. The Jays have done that a couple of times in this game, but they haven't been able to cash in at any point. Just 2 hits on the afternoon for Toronto, and one of them was an infield hit.
Well, I've said this a few times today, but Taj Bradley over his last 26 innings has now only given up 1 earned run. Started the day 20 innings, 1 earned run. Now he's at 26. That's pretty incredible.
Varsho fouls off the 1-0 pitch from Uceda. It's now 1-1. The right-handed delivery to the lefty Varsho fouled off, and now Uceda ahead in the count, 1-2. I mentioned the 2 hits for the Blue Jays, and I'll mention again, one of them an infield hit for Vladdy. Both of them came in back-to-back at-bats in the first inning. It was a double for Spencer Horwitz and then the infield single from Vladdy. Toronto has not had a hit since, and Varsho nearly grounded into a double play, but he hustles down the line to get in safely at first. Turner is thrown out at second. So there's now 1 down here in the 7th. In fact, that walk that was issued to Turner was just the second base runner the Blue Jays have had in the last 5 innings. 1 down with Varsho at first as Jansen comes up to the plate. Big lead at first for Varsho, and nobody holding him on, again with Tampa up 12-0. Jansen even the count now at 1-1. Uceda looks in at the sign. Here's the pitch. And it's skied way high out into center field, shallow center. Charging in and making the grab is DeLuca. There's 2 away.
You didn't actually mention what restaurant or what type of restaurant that you'll be taking us 12 to.
Where do you think it is? St. Louis Bar and Grill. The out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by the St. Louis Bar and Grill. San Francisco trailing the Dodgers 3-2.
What a segue.
Top of the fifth. San Diego, as we told you earlier, behind the no-hitter, winning 3-0 over the Nationals. And in extras, Baltimore beats Miami 7-6.
We have to mention that that's only their second no-hitter
in franchise
team
history. Yep.
Blue Jays, of course, only have one, 1990, Dave Stieb. But you knew that.
Of course. Davis Schneider down in the count 0-1, but the next pitch just came in from Uceda. The cutter no good. It's 1-1.
We were talking about that earlier, and you mentioned, how did Roger Clemens not have one? No-hitters are hard to throw.
Thanks. Thanks for that. You think about some of the flamethrowers and incredible pitchers the Jays have had over the years. To just have the one no-hitter. And I know they've had many that have thrown one-hitters. That's your next Google. How many guys have had one-hitters? Davis Schneider fouls off the 1-2 pitch to do it again at 1-2 with Dalton Varsho out at first. Schneider swings and misses, and he strikes out to end the inning. On to the eighth we go. Toronto down 12-0. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The 2024 Training Camp Tour kicks off with the Chicago Bears tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern.
Nobody's going to touch him. End zone. Touchdown.
And SiriusXM NFL Radio brings you down to the field for an all-access pass to your favorite team.
You do your best to put yourself in position to get the result you want.
Everything you need to get ready for the season, with updates on position battles and exclusive interviews from all 32 teams on NFL Radio Channel 88 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
You love.
What's up, Blue Jays fans? Thanks for hanging out with us tonight, and I just wanted to take a minute to say thank you to all 31,243 of you as of time of record who have hit that subscribe button. To those of you that are new here, please hit that subscribe button, and all of you, make sure that bell is turned on so you don't miss any of our awesome Toronto sports action. Whether we're live for the game and you've got a place to hang out with fellow Toronto sports fans, or whether we upload some shorts with some highlights or some other awesome sports content. Thank you guys for being here. Appreciate it. And welcome to everybody that's new to this awesome, amazing Toronto sports community. Back to the action. We'll see you in the chat.
Figure out how you can favor a team that never wins, ever.
If you're looking for sports talk centered around the latest odds and prop bets for games, races, tournaments, or any sporting event, Sports Grid Radio, SiriusXM, Channel 159.
In season or out of season, the number one place for college sports is SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Network.
Back at Rogers Center. Blue Jays trailing 12-0 as we get set to start this eighth inning. And Taylor Walls at bat, facing Nate Pearson, who stays in the ballgame to begin this eighth frame. And Walls just ripped one past second base as Stuart Baroa has entered the ball game for the Blue Jays. He took over in left field. Davis Schneider moved to second, and that was Schneider, who just missed, sprawled out for that one. And over at first base, Spencer Horowitz has taken over for Vladdy Guerrero. We got people moving all over the place. Johnny DeLuca looks at the first pitch from Pearson. It's a ball. The slider no good, 1-0. And the next pitch skied high, out at short, underneath it, and making the grab is Leo Jimenez. There's one down. One out here in the 8th inning, with the Blue Jays trailing 12-0. First pitch into Jackson, Alex Jackson. It's a strike for Pearson. 0-1. Jackson has had 2 big at-bats in his last 2 plate appearances. He's 2 for 3 in the ball game. And he's been a big part of this 12-0 Tampa lead.
And you know what's even more impressive about that 12-0 lead? 14 hits. The Tampa Bay Rays have left 9 guys on base.
That's a great point.
They've had a ton of traffic. They've left a ton of guys on base. And I guess fortunately for the Blue Jays, they have left those 9 guys on base.
Big cut there from Jackson, and he sits down. Strikeout for Pearson. And there's 2 down here in the 8th.
That was a good sequence right there. When a guy is up at bat and he's hitting 088 or 097 or 106 like Alex Jackson is, and I throw 100 miles an hour, I'm not messing around. I'm not speeding up his bat. I'm going to throw fastballs at the top of the zone.
First pitch to Palacios, in for a strike.
Because more often than not, those guys that are really struggling either with average or getting on base, they probably have a slow bat.
And now Pearson misses with a 4-seam fastball, clocked at 98. 1-1 is the count.
And then when you flip in that breaking ball or you flip in that changeup or anything else off speed, it just speeds up their bat and you're doing them favors.
Now 2-1, missing outside with the curveball. Palacios 1 for 4 this afternoon. Batting .243 on the season. And again, outside, that one way high as well. It's 3-1. Pearson has now thrown 33 pitches. Here's the 3-1 delivery. That one fouled off to our left into the second deck, and the count is full. Two down, top 8. Jays down by 12. 12-0 is the score. The pitch from Pearson, it's sent right back at him. It actually goes over his back, out to short, covering just behind the bag was Leo Jimenez, who whips it over to first to get the out. Nice play by the youngster, and the Jays get out of the inning with a ton of work to do as we go to the bottom of the 8th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between pizza and inflation. First to the plate, with over 2 million sold, it's Fixed Rate Pizza, a hot and fresh extra-large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for Fixed Rate Pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca.
I am by your side. Got a heart so big. On this you can rely. No mountains too tall for the strong boots to climb. I am by your side.
That was Desjardins Insurance, playing insurance with a heart so big it shows. Tune in for your auto and home coverage at desjardins.com/heart.
This This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
He dives, and he made the catch.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back. Bottom of the 8th inning. Ernie Clement to lead things off for the Blue Jays. Uceda still into the ball game for Tampa. And the first pitch into Clement. It's a sinker for a strike. Quickly back with a second pitch. And a check swing from Clement, but it hits his bat, fouled off, and now he's down 0-2. The 0-2 pitch, no good from Uceda. Missing with that sweeper, it's 1-2. Clement 0 for 2 in this afternoon's ball game. And it looked like it might have been 0 for 3, but he's still alive. He checked that swing and held back. They looked down at first. And first base umpire Rob Drake said, no, it was clean. So keep it going here for Ernie Clement. A 2-2 count. Here's the pitch from Uceda. Missed the outside edge, and it's now 3-2. Clement might have a chance to get on here. Clement fouls this one off. We'll do it again at 3-2. It's sent toward the upper deck, ricochets down into the lower deck, and somebody makes a nice grab. Still quite a few fans here. I mean, it has cleared out substantially, but considering the score and considering the traffic, maybe that's why people are staying, saying we might as well just go have dinner or something, hang out in the city for a bit on a beautiful summer night. As Clement grounds out to short, Taylor Walls makes the play, whips it over to first to get Clement a couple of steps ahead. Then there's one down.
I would imagine that that's probably the reason. I would still be at the ball game right now if it was 5:40 on a Thursday and the Gardner was under construction trying to get to the west end or GTA West. How long would that take? How long would it take to get to GTA West, do you think?
I'm going to fire up Google Maps and find out. But my guess right now, let's say you were going to, I don't know. Let's say you were going to...
Say Oakville.
Oakville. All right, you're going to the Oakville GO station. Let's fire that in. But you're not on the GO train. You're just going to the Oakville. I'm going to say it'd be 43 minutes.
Whoa.
You think it's more?
Yes. I think it's 43 minutes when there's nobody on the road.
No. Who's driving? I can get home in like 30 minutes. Oakville GO. Directions. Oh, check that out. Go buy a lottery
43
ticket.
minutes. Wow. That's actually pretty impressive. That is incredibly impressive. The fact that it's only 43 minutes and you hit it right on the nose.
Leo Jimenez down 1-2 in the count. Blue Jays with one out here in the bottom of the 8th. And Jimenez caught looking. I'm not sure what he was looking for there, Chris, because that was right down Main Street. And Jimenez sits down. He strikes out for the third time in this ball game, and there's 2 away.
Well, Uceda's got a pretty good sweeper, and he threw that right there. Yeah, it was right down the middle, but it's got a lot of bite to it. You could see Leo Jimenez kind of turning his left shoulder like he thought that was a fastball up and in, and then it just took a left turn right down the middle for strike 3.
Stuart Baroa, his first at bat of the ball game as we go to the top of the order. And he's quickly ahead in the count, 2-0. Big cut and a big miss on the 2-0 pitch. Got caught by that changeup. It's now 2-1.
Just the 5th AB in Stuart Baroa's career right now. He does have 1 stolen base, but still looking for his first hit.
Fouled off that pitch. It's now 2-2. And what's the conversation right here? Not sure. Jackson
Are you okay? Because that was a foul ball right off the mask of DJ Rayburn. And the umpires are going to come in and see if he's okay. Alex Jackson actually did a good job turning around and making sure if Rayburn was fine. They're looking at his mask right now. Boone Chung, one of the Blue Jays trainers, is out, has his right hand on DJ Rayburn's back, making sure that he's okay, probably making sure that his mask is okay. They're looking at the mask more than they're looking at him.
Well, and I tell you, the reason I wasn't sure what was happening there was DJ Rayburn, he seemed to be the one that was okay. It's almost like he was asking Jackson if he was all right or if there was an issue. That's why I was kind of confused as to what was happening. I mean, even now he seems to be dealing fine. He's there actually getting his jaw checked out, making sure that everything's aligned. He's kind of stretching out that lower part of his jaw.
I mean, that ball hit him square off the bat of Stuart Baroa. Oh, right on the chin. Obviously off the mask, but that chin still gets a jolt, even if it does hit that mask.
And it looks like they are going to get a new mask for DJ Rayburn. So we've got a bit of a delay here in the bottom of the 8th inning with 2 down, and Stuart Baroa sitting at a 2-2 count. Eric Smith and Chris LaRue in the Timber Mart broadcast booth. Let's take another quick look at the out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by the St. Louis Bar and Grill. Texas, who does come to town this weekend for a 3-game series starting tomorrow. They beat the Chicago White Sox 2-1. The White Sox just 27-78 on the season. Texas improving to 51-52, so they will be eyeballing a chance to get above 500 against the Blue Jays this weekend. Ongoing as we speak, the Dodgers leading the Giants 4-2, top of the 6th. And coming up later on tonight, in about an hour and a half, the Mets host the Atlanta Braves, and later on tonight, the Angels play host to the Oakland Athletics. DJ Rayburn back with a new mask. It's a different looking one. This one, the all black, it's got the black padding and the black cage. The last one had the tan padding. For those fashionistas out there that care.
You're the fashionista. You got the chucks, you got the pink Hawaiian shirt. Well, it's not noticeably pink, but if you look at it closely, it's got a pink hue.
Yes. And what about yourself?
Oh, mine's navy.
Navy shirt with the pink and peach flowers.
Peach. There's no pink in this.
There's no peach?
It's a light peach and a dark peach.
That looks like a hot pink and a light peach. Either way, if you happen to follow on Instagram, do you give out your Instagram to people? I mean, is it is a closed account?
I mean, it's a public account. I don't share it.
Fine, I won't give it out publicly then. But if you want to follow Eric _Smith,
double underscore.
Well, dude, I got it.
Well, there's a lot of Eric Smiths. Yeah.
So I had to throw in 2 underscores. So Eric _Smith. There, I did put a picture up of Lure and I because we walked in today, or I walked in. I was here a little bit earlier, not to sell out my guy, but I was walking down the hallway. And he had his head down. By the way, sunglasses still on inside. I will throw you in a bus for that one.
And AirPods.
Yeah. And we walked by each other, and I looked at him. I said, "You got to be kidding me! We're both in black jeans, black chucks, and a Hawaiian shirt. Like we planned this, and we did not." Tom Young sitting behind us, all jealous that he didn't get the memo.
Well, the thing is, nobody got the memo.
Yeah.
It was completely coincidental.
This was not planned. In fact, when I'm back on Saturday, I'm not telling you what I'm wearing. I'm going to see if we can do it again. All right, back to the action. DJ Rayburn's fine. The mask has been resolved. 2-2 pitch, and now 3-2. Stuart Baroa with a full count, still in search of his first career base hit. That would be one shining moment from this game for the Blue Jays. And he just popped it up. Into foul territory at first base. Making the grab is Paredes, and that will do it. On to the 9th we go. 12-0 Tampa leads. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Summer sounds like poolside party starters, red-hot hip-hop mixes, and backyard barbecue classics. With exclusive specials and mixes, plus over 200 extra channels, your sun-soaked soundtrack awaits. Just tap into the SiriusXM app and search Summer Sounds.
Every night after the final out, the Round Trip Roundup brings you the scores, highlights, and analysis from every game across Major League Baseball, all in less than 30 minutes.
Swung on and missed, strike three and a no-hitter.
It's the perfect way to get caught up on all the night's biggest home runs and best performances.
And a high drive, deep right center.
It's the Round Trip Roundup on MLB Network Radio every night on SiriusXM Channel 89 and every morning on the SiriusXM app.
I'm John Paul Morosi, host of the SiriusXM original podcast, The Road to Cooperstown. Each week, I talk with a Baseball Hall of Famer about the challenges they overcame to become an all-time great.
It is a hard game, and mentally it's hard.
My legs started shaking.
They pretty much knew I was going to have lung surgery after the season. I wasn't for sure. Would I ever play baseball again?
The Road to Cooperstown is the official podcast of the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum. Episodes are available now on the all-new SiriusXM app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You want baseball? The doggy has you covered. Tune in to Mad Dog Unleashed for the best baseball coverage anywhere. Weekdays 3 to 6 Eastern. SiriusXM Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82.
Top of the ninth inning. And guess who's on the mound for the Blue Jays? Ernie Clement. So I said in the last at-bat of the bottom half of the eighth that if there was one shining moment, it would be Stuart Baroa getting his first career hit. How about Ernie Clement pitching? He fell behind 3-0, but he just whipped in a slider at 74, and it's now 3-1. And now Paredes fouls off the next pitch on another slider at 74, and it's 3-2.
And I have to mention, I think the loudest cheer of the day was when they announced that Ernie Clement was in fact pitching.
How about this? This is not the first time that Ernie Clement has pitched.
No, I've seen him pitch before.
3 innings in his career as Paredes rips one down the third base line, bobbled by Barger but for a moment, but he recovers, picks it up, whips it over to first to Horwitz to get the out. Clement, 3 innings pitched in his career, now 3 1/3. 5 earned runs, 9 hits. No strikeouts, no walks.
So it's not like he's a good pitcher. Like he's not out there just dealing when he comes into ball games.
No, but he's looking pretty good right now.
Well,
he's got an out. In fact, he might have 2. Nope, it's going to hit it down into the gap in right center. Varsho couldn't get to it. And turning the corner with a stand-up double is Brandon Lau.
And Brandon Lau's now a triple away from the cycle. Obviously, he won't get another at-bat in this. Well, not obviously with Ernie Clement on the mound, but
he's not. That's his second double. He doesn't have the single.
Oh, I thought that's right. That's right. He doubled and homered.
Oh, wait, did he have a single in his last at-bat? He might have.
No, he didn't. But no? He had a double and a homer earlier on in this ball game off of Chris Bassitt. You are correct.
And now a base hit from Curtis Mead. Up the middle, runners on the corners. All right, Clement struggling now after getting the first out.
He's never dealt in his career. He's given up 5 earned runs in 3 innings. No walks, no strikeouts. That is not dealing. What's that ERA, 12?
I don't even want to know.
I'll look.
Josh Lowe at the bat, at the plate. Left-handed bat of Lowe facing the righty, Ernie Clement, who tosses in a curveball that's fouled down the left field line, makes its way into the stands. The count now sits at 1-1.
Yeah, sorry. His career ERA is 15.
Oof. Come on, Ernie. Getting a note from Show Ali. I failed to mention that Kevin Kiermaier has come into the ball game to play in right field, and no disrespect to Show, that's not of note, but what is, and that's why Show's reminding me, is it's the first time he's played in right field since 2015. And Josh Lowe just fouled off a curveball that came in at 55.
No, that was a knuckleball.
Well,
and he swung and missed.
And now Lowe sends one out toward first base, picked up by Horwitz over to first to get one. The run will score, though, from third base. So it's now 13-0. But there's 2 down here in the ninth.
And I don't know if you heard the oohs and the ahs from the crowd when Josh Lowe swung and missed on that knuckleball, but I think that Ernie Clement should throw that knuckleball more often. That thing was nasty.
Well, whoever the official score is at MLB.com, they're calling it a curveball, but I would agree with you that it looks more like a knuckle. And there's the crowd cheering again as Clement has pulled even in the count at 1-1. Rosario swings at this one, sends one to center field. Right center coming over to make the grab is Kiermaier to get the Blue Jays out of the inning. Hey, Clement only gave up 1. It's 13-0 as we go to the bottom of the ninth.
Still no strikeouts.
Man, you're a hater. Hater. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle.
Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
We're 2 men in a truck, the movers who care. You never know when cardiac arrest can happen. That's why each and every one of our trucks carries a life-saving Mikey defibrillator as part of our Mikey on Board program. Whether we're on the highway or in front of your house, we're prepared to help anyone whose heart may skip a beat. The Mikey Network has saved many lives, making Mikeys accessible to the public. And now they're on board our trucks. We're 2 men in a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care. For this life I cannot change. In the hills, deep off in the main.
This is George Springer, and you're listening to Toronto Blue Jays Baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Blue Jays Baseball. Show Ali with you at Baseball Control. The Jays trail the Rays 13-0 as we head to the bottom of the 9th inning down at the Dome. Don't forget, we do have Jays Talk tonight. Blair and Barker have the post-game show. They are standing by downstairs. They are on both TV and radio. So to reach them on Jays Talk, leave them a message via the back leg line, 416-413-3959. Please leave your name and location. You can also text them at 590-590. The People's Text line always open. Standard message and data rates may apply. Blue Jays Baseball brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. The Jays trail the Rays 13-0 at the Rogers Center. Bottom of the 9th inning. Here's Eric Smith and Chris LaRue.
All right, thanks very much, Joe. Colin Poche on the mound now for Tampa to close things out. And he will see Spencer Horwitz in the first at-bat of this bottom end of the 9th. 13-0, Tampa leading. We are a 14-run rally away from LaRue and Tom Young and Show and Derek Brandeo getting dinner on me tonight. Oh, yeah, and Ryan Fabro. The 1-0 pitch came inside. It's now 2-0 to Horwitz.
Well, Fabro doesn't need it. He's got that corner office.
Yeah. Should be sending us some gift certificates or something. It's now 3-0 to Horwitz.
Have you ever had St. Louis Bar and Grill wings?
Of course.
They're awesome.
Yeah. That used to be my backyard, man. The 3-0 pitch in for a strike. Poche came back with a fastball. It's 3-1. The Blue Jays have not had a hit since the first inning. 2 hits in the ball game. Both came from the second and third hitters of the game, and that is it. Swing and a miss from Horwitz. It's now 3-2. No runs on 2 hits. 13 runs on 16 hits with 11 left on base. And the Blue Jay fans that are still here cheer on Spencer Horwitz, who gets on base to start this 9th inning.
Well, we knew it would be a tough game from the offensive side because of Taj Bradley. He's been very, very good in July. But to say that the Blue Jays were going to give up 13 runs on 16 hits, I don't think anybody would have expected that, especially with Chris Bassitt on the mound.
Addison Barger into the ball game. First pitch to him is good for a strike. The fastball from Poche. Now back with the slider, way outside, down low. It's 1-1. Poche, the lefty, deals the 1-1 pitch high on the fastball. It's now 2-1. We just got a shot from our Sportsnet TV friends of Ernie Clement in the dugout looking at an iPad. Guess he's trying to work on his stuff in case he's got to come out in the 10th.
I would imagine that he's probably looking at Poche just in case he comes up, but it would be hilarious if he was looking at himself pitching.
I was clearly joking.
Oh, I thought you were being serious.
No. I mean, if he comes up in the 10th, it's going to take 14 runs. Well, Addison Barger just missed getting 2 right there. He sends a rocket down the right field line, but missed foul. And as the count now sits at 2-2. Swings and gets a piece of that fastball. We'll do it again at 2-2. Not the way the Blue Jays wanted to end this series. The rubber match this afternoon after picking up a big win yesterday, the 6-3 victory. Toronto getting blown out at home here today as they get set to host Texas this weekend. And Addison Barger just sat down, struck out, swinging. There's 1 down here in the 9th.
Well, a lot of people will say a loss is a loss. It doesn't matter if it's 13-0 or 1-0, a loss is a loss. But I think if you ask Trevor Richards, if you ask Ryan Burr, this one stings. They both gave up 4 runs in their relief outings, and I think that's going to be the biggest takeaway for me in this ballgame.
Kevin Kiermaier into the ballgame for his first and I'm sure only at bats. Came over and took over in right field for the first time playing in right field since 2015. And swinging at the 1-0, sending it to center field. Camping underneath it to make the grab, Johnny DeLuca. There's 2 away. Blue Jays down to their final out. As you heard Show Ali talking about Blair and Barker on TV and radio after this ball game. I'm sure they'll have a couple of things to say about this one. As Dalton Varsho comes up 0 for 3 this afternoon. The average sits at 2.02 for Varsho.
Is there an outside chance that Blair and Barker are kind today?
If I were a betting man, I would say no. And that's probably going to do it. Varsho sends one into left field. And underneath it to make the grab is Palacios, and that will do it. The Blue Jays muster only 2 hits and no hits through the final 8 innings of the game, and they lose 13-0.
Well, like I said a couple times today, they came up against a very good pitcher in Taj Bradley. He goes 6 innings, only gives up 2 hits. Again, no earned runs. He's given up 1 earned run over his last 26 innings pitched. But you have to look at this Blue Jays bullpen. Trevor Richards continued to struggle, only going a third of an inning, giving up 4 earned runs. And then Ryan Burr comes into the ballgame and pitches an inning, gives up another 4 earned runs. And I think that's, like I said earlier, that's going to be the takeaway for me, is those 8 runs there.
This copyrighted broadcast was presented by authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form in the accounts and descriptions of this game. may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership or the Sportsnet Radio Network. The Blue Jays lose 13-0. We will take the break, come back, wrap it up, and get you set for post-game coverage. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Lumos. Witches, wizards, and muggles come down to the core as Rogers Center transforms into Hogwarts. Harry Potter-themed entertainment and activities around the ballpark.
What's up, insiders? Whoa, what a horrible game that was. Oof, that was bad. That was really, really bad. But you know what? Hopefully some heads will roll on this one. Figuratively, remember, I am an entertainer only. These opinions are for comical purposes. Anyways, thank you all for being here and hanging out with us. Members, watch out for the highlight video. I'm going to record that tonight. Just so you guys all know, we're going to be doing a new segment for members. Going to be going to all VIP members and for limited time to all insider members. Be the highlights of the game itself, as well as some commentary and some of my thoughts. Sometimes we'll do them live, sometimes they'll be recorded. But again, no rant mush. I'm sorry, man. But thanks for being here and being a Blue Jays fan today. That's awesome. But yeah, the Rangers up next for the Blue Jays. So boy, oh boy, it's going to be... I don't even know what to say right now. That's how messed up I am. This team is an utter embarrassment right now. 13-0 on work from dome day. It's a promo day here. Come on. You would think that when you get 30-some thousand in the ballpark on a Thursday afternoon, you would put up a little bit of an effort. But yeah, didn't happen today from the Blue Jays. We'll see you guys real soon. Thanks for hanging with us. I'll let the post-game run till the end. Listen to Blair and Barker go at it here if they're doing Blue Jays talk today, or maybe it's Show Ali and the other ones. All right. We'll see you guys soon. Cheers, everybody.
As I mentioned, heading to our last break, the Blue Jays had only 2 hits today. One of them was an infield hit that needed to be reviewed. And then the Jays got no hit through innings 2 through 9.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, even before the broadcast, Taj Bradley has been incredible over his last 3 starts. 4, including today. He's given up 1 earned run over his last 26 innings, and that's a guy that you know you're going to have a tough day against. And I also mentioned this. Ryan Burr gave up 4 runs. Trevor Richards continues to struggle. I think that Pete Walker and him have to have a serious sit-down, and they probably have already. They have to figure out his mechanics, figure out where his confidence level is at. And I don't know what's wrong with him. There's probably a lot of things that's going on with him right now, but he really needs to figure things out.
Well, back at it tomorrow night. The Blue Jays and, again, the Texas Rangers. Ben Shulman will be back for that ball game as it's an Apple TV game, so make sure you listen to Shulman and LaRue tomorrow. Then I'm back on Saturday, and I'll be with you folks alongside Chris LaRue for most of those games right through until the middle of August through the duration of the Olympic Games, as there's a little bit of a shuffling of broadcasters due to the Summer Olympic Games, and obviously we're all cheering on Team Canada in whatever sport we're talking about. Hopefully the red and white can take care of business over in Paris. The Blue Jays unable to take care of business today. They get blown out 13-0, and it's your chance to get in on the conversation and to talk about it right now in mere moments as Blair and Barker will take over with post-game coverage. Thanks to Show Ali, Derek Brandeo, and Tom Young. For Chris LaRue, I'm Eric Smith. You've been listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The Sportsnet Radio Network and Sportsnet. You probably know that by now. You also probably know the Jays lost 13-0 to the Tampa Bay Rays.
They had them right where they wanted them.
They had them right where they wanted them in the first inning when they actually managed to get 2 runners on base. And then, why am I even talking about that? It has nothing to do with what happened in the game. The Jays bullpen again.
Could have changed.
Huh?
Could have changed. One of them 2 guys, Turner or Varsho, got a hit. Yeah. Put a couple dudes on base against a really good pitcher. Maybe. That could have been a different kind of game.
Yeah, not really. 13-0 Tampa Bay beating the Jays. Rays got it started early. It is 6:10 Eastern, so Brandon Lau's home run should be landing in about another 5 minutes. His first inning home run, 414 feet off of Chris Bassitt into the 500 level. I can't remember the last time anybody hit a ball into the 500.
Well, if you'd have watched me when I was here playing for the Jays at 5 o'clock.
That was batting practice.
You would have seen a ton of those.
That was batting practice. Okay? That doesn't count.
A ton.
And then the Jays bull. I mean, look, Taj Bradley's really good. The Jays were no hit after that first inning after getting a couple of hits. The Jays bullpen, which is the worst in baseball, is even worse. Is even worse after today, giving up 9 earned runs. Trevor Richards. I don't know if anybody's ever pitched himself off the trade block before. I'm trying to think. But
I'm sure it's happened.
Oh, I'm sure it has happened. Trevor Richards has given up 15 earned runs in his last 8 outings. That covers 6 innings. His ERA at that point, I know ERAs and everything, small sample size, relievers, yada, yada, et cetera, but work with me on this. His ERA was 2.44 8 outings ago. It is now 4.83.
They abused him.
Well, yeah.
I feel for him. I've said this
I
for
do too.
The last couple of weeks. I mean, he went from being really, really good to being abused, pitching in the first inning for a couple of innings to the 4th inning, the 6th inning, the 7th inning, the 8th inning, the night, like uncle. Like I mean, you can't much blame him. You're trying to sort of aim change ups, and you're having to, be on point with arm speed. And when you don't have a high octane velocity and you're trying to stay away from certain counts and get into good pitchers' leverage counts so you can use the changeup. Now guys are looking for the changeup and you don't throw very hard and you're starting to elevate it because you're worn out. That's what that looks like.
Yeah. And, Ryan Burke, what are we talking about here? Ryan Burke comes into John Schneider's basically at this point, they're just running guys out there. Ryan Burke, who's been decent, comes in, wasn't decent. Nate Pearson,
walking a guy in with the bases loaded. I wonder how long you're going to let a 6 ERA guy do that at the big league level. Can you explain that to me?
Yeah, there's not a lot of options floating around.
Who cares? It's the big leagues.
But anyhow.
I played on some stinky teams when I was in the show. You know what happened to me when I stunk?
Yeah, but that's different.
I was in the minor leagues.
That's different.
How's it different?
That's different because you didn't have a pitching lab and your spin rate wasn't tremendous. And
that's a fair point.
I'm
Couldn't
sure,
hook me up to a big giant computer and fix me overnight.
I'm sure there's something somebody sees in Nate Pearson there. Anyhow, TV's joining us. Thanks for that. Hey, everybody. Actually, I'm surprised that the guys that Jamie and Madison didn't get us over here quicker so they could finish talking about it. 416-413-3959 is the back leg line. Your chance to leave questions, comments, preferably about the game. Yes, I know y'all want Ross Atkins fired. I get it. But maybe we can give out an award if somebody can call up and talk about anything else than firing Ross Atkins. 416-413-3959 is the back leg line. 590-590 is the text line. Standard message and data rates may apply. And we'll go to John Schneider's post-game availability in a minute. You think John drops an F-bomb today? He has in the past.
This is predictable. Who they were facing, who they had on the mound, like it's predictable.
Jay and Regina, you're on Blue Jay. What am I saying? It's not even Jay and Regina. Go. Called up the back leg line.
Well, you're on a roll.
I am on a roll.
Just a quick question with Mason Miller fracturing his finger today. What does that do potentially for the value of Jimmy Garcia and company that the Jays are trying to unload at the deadline? I would just love to know your thoughts on that. I would think that it probably would increase Garcia's value with that injury to Mason Miller. Thanks, gentlemen. All the best.
And Jay's talking about Mason Miller. The Oakland Athletics broke the pinky finger, but it's not in his throwing hand. It's on his glove hand. He is, of course, he's one of the
prized.
The prized,
absolutely,
pitchers on the market. There's a little bit of. I don't think it'll matter. I think if you're interested in Mason Miller, you'll still take a shot at him.
Yeah.
You're not just getting Mason Miller for this year. There's another story that broke. There's another story that broke today. John Heyman reporting that Garrett Crochet, who is considered the pitcher on the market, he and his agents are telling acquiring teams that for him to pitch in October, which is why you think you'd be getting him, the acquiring team is going to have to give him a contract extension.
Wow.
Which is not unusual. I mean, Scott Boras has done that in the past with guys. Garrett Crochet is, on a, is sort of morphing into a starting pitcher. He's on a bit of a pitch limit. So I completely get his point of view. This is the way the Chicago White Sox were handling him. They put him had him on an innings limit. So whoever gets him, Garrett Crochet, and his agents want an extension, and
I'm sure
could that impact the market? Possibly, but in terms of Jimmy Garcia, listen, I've kind of thought the two guys that are definitely gone are Jimmy Garcia and Yusei Kikuchi. One, because you tend to get more for pitchers at the trade deadline than you do, but I'm not certain. I'm not certain Mason Miller and Jimmy Garcia are viewed in the same way.
No,
by teams.
Yeah. I don't know if Jimmy goes to a really good team. They probably already have a ninth and eighth inning guy, right?
Correct.
So he's coming in to be the hybrid dude that's going to get, maybe come in the sixth inning and get the last out, maybe come back and pitch the seventh inning, something like that, right? He's not always going to be the eighth and ninth inning. So, me personally, I wouldn't think that would change anything. I mean, there is no and company. For me, I know the caller said Jimmy and company. I guess he's talking about Chad Green. I mean, Trevor Richards. I'm not sure who would want Trevor Richards anymore.
Somebody may take a shot at Trevor. You're not going to get anything for Trevor Richards anyhow. Just because Trevor Richards was pitching pretty responsible innings for the Blue Jays, that doesn't mean that the acquiring team viewed Trevor Richards in that same way. I don't think anybody.
Well, the changeup has to be good. He has to be able to get out lefties. Has he been doing that in the bazillion weeks? No. So that would be the reason why. It has nothing to do with what inning he's going to throw in and how many innings he'd be throwing. Is he going to be an opener? It wouldn't be any of that. He'd be pitching sixth and seventh inning, but the changeup would have to be working. The velocity on the fastball would have to be consistent, and where the located stuff with the fastball would have to be on point. What have you seen?
But again,
anytime, because you need them dudes to hit the ground running, right? It's not work in progress.
Again, though, you weren't getting. You weren't getting a great deal for Trevor.
You're not.
Trevor Richards anyhow. If anything, you're going to get somebody's. You know what? Instead of getting somebody's 10th best prospect now, you'll probably get somebody's 15th best prospect.
Maybe.
That's about it.
Maybe.
I mean,
he's really been struggling, Jeff. He's really been struggling.
Well, yeah, he can't get anybody out.
So why would I want to get? Why would I want him?
Well, because the baseball team, they get a guy in and we can fix him. But look, Trevor Richards' trade value now is nowhere what it was.
For sure.
Nowhere what it was.
I hope they trade him to a good team because he deserves it. I mean, he's done a lot. He's been a soldier for the Blue Jays.
Yeah.
He's done everything.
Yeah, they have.
Yeah, absolutely.
They have abused.
They have worn him out, boy. So do him a solid.
The great puzzling thing about this year continues to be why the Blue Jays just haven't addressed their bullpen.
It's mind-boggling.
It's
truly
shocking.
Mind-boggling.
They've done it before, and I'm sorry, I don't consider Brendan Little or Ryan Burr to be addressing bullpen issues. You're going to have to do it at some point. Anyhow, for next year, you weren't going to bring. You had 3 guys that weren't coming back for next year. I just don't understand why this front office has forced John Schneider and Pete Walker to run this out all year. And it's not the pitcher's fault. It's not Ryan Burr. Ryan Burr is what he is. Brendan Little is what he is. They're getting the ball. They're going out and pitching. They're just not very good. Maybe there's something there. Everybody keeps telling me. You keep telling me that there's something there with Little. Maybe, but I see the same thing over and over again. One good outing, one bad outing. Let's go to John Schneider, the manager of the Blue Jays. This ought to be interesting.
John, a game like that at this point of the year, do you want to flush it, or is that something that you want to grab onto and talk about certain things with?
I think there's certain things to talk about. For one, Bradley's really good. Taj is having a great year, and he didn't make many mistakes. 2 hits come in the first 3 hitters. But I think just on the mound, it's 3-0 in the 6th, and it ends up like that. So I think we got to just put our focus and energy on making better pitches, limiting walks. I think that's what you take out of today, and you got to make those adjustments going forward.
With some of the relievers who are struggling lately, are you seeing anything tying that together, anything similar, or something that really stands out with these?
It's command, not getting ahead of hitters, being in the zone too much when you are ahead, and I've said that before. It's tough to have success when you're doing those two things. So I think those are the common denominators.
Just on Trevor specifically, have you been seeing anything different from him compared to where he was at the start of the year?
Yeah, he's he's like the poster boy. When he gets ahead, he's really good and has been good for us, for a while, especially early in the year. Doesn't really have a good feel for his changeup right now. That's pretty telling. And I think, when you got two pitches, you got to be on with one of them. So his command is kind of, coming and going right now. And when you're falling behind and you have to make a pitch, that's kind of what happens. But that's for Trev, for everyone really, getting ahead is really, really important. And that's kind of where he's at right now.
Getting the feel for the changeup back, is that something that he just has to kind of pitch through, or is there things that he can do to help him get back there?
Yeah, I mean it's reps, but it's work, and when you're throwing, when you're not in a game, it's getting off the mound and getting that feel back a little bit. It's a great pitch, it's been a great pitch for him for a long time. So I think getting the feel back for that is going to be big.
Just in the ninth inning, what was the conversation with Ernie to get him into the game?
He kind of, he understands that. He's done it before. Hey, we need an inning out of you, with where we are right now. He was good with it. Flashed a good knuckleball tonight, and mixed in pretty good sneaky heater there. But he gets it. He understands that's part of the deal. Sometimes didn't take much convincing. There is an art to doing that, really. You have to be you got to have some good feel. Ernie's good at it. So, we appreciate, as a coaching staff, guys in the bullpen, they appreciate the inning.
And we're not used to seeing KK in right field. What went into that?
He had to go in for an inning, and, we told him that around the 7th if it ended up that way. And he just wanted to, cross that off the bucket list, I guess, if you will. He hasn't done that in, I think, close to 10 years. But I said, hey, you're going to go to center. He said, I can go to right. And I said, okay, you can go to right. He looked great.
So that was his decision?
We talked about it, and he said, hey, I can go out and right. So you trust Kev in the outfield. So he's probably trying to help Dalton out in center field a little bit, too, for that Gold Glove.
John, you mentioned their starter off the top, Bradley. Like when you look at him as a young starter, what do you see? What makes him good?
He tunnels, the fastball and split really well off one another. His velo is a little bit better than it was in the last couple of times we had seen him, and the split is a really good pitch. It was basically those two pitches today. You have the cutter and curve, but going into it, I thought he landed his curveball fairly well today compared to his last couple outings. But the splitter was kind of the equalizer today. It was in the zone, and it was a really good pitch. And same arm, same delivery. It's coming out of the same spot. It makes it tough.
Just as far as the relievers, back to that, you've said multiple times over the last month and change, at some point they're just going to have to start getting people out. Mm-hmm. Is there anything that you guys can do other than continue to give them opportunities and tell them you got to get some people out?
Yeah, I mean, discussions, we have them every day. Pete and Jeff and Dave, they have them all the time with the relievers. And, it was disappointing today. You looked, you don't want to say guys were, games like that are tough, but you still have to, no matter what the situation is, it's Major League Baseball and you have to execute pitches. And, conversations will continue to happen, where it's, you have to, try to locate everything no matter what the situation is. And they're going to keep getting opportunities, based on, how our team is constructed with guys in the bullpen. So it's, it's a time to make adjustments, I think, for a few, certain guys. And, every pitch is very delicate. You got to really, really be executing at a really high level, especially in this division.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, guys.
There you go. Lots of questions about why Kevin Kiermaier is in right field in the 13-0 game.
Bucket list.
And Ernie Clement pitching.
Yeah, I mean, he did a good job by saying his pen stinks. I mean, he circled
what
it.
he said.
He circled the wagon. It's the bullpen's not good enough. Like the quality of stuff that they're running out on an everyday basis,
It's just not good.
It's embarrassing.
It's
you've been saying this for a month now.
It's not a major. It's not a major league caliber.
It is not. And for John to have to come on and answer them questions the way he has to answer them when the expectations were where they were at with this team and this organization, he did a good job. I got to give him credit. I mean, however you feel about John, he ain't throwing his players under the bus, and boy, he sure could. I mean, dudes are walking people in with the bases loaded.
Yeah.
It's a big league. Nate Pearson's been around long enough to know better.
Yeah, and at that point, the game is over. Throw some strikes, dude. Just throw some. The game's lost. Throw some strikes. I mean,
got to be a standard somewhere, don't they?
It was not a good show. 9 runs given up by the bullpen today. And, the trade deadline is coming up, obviously, but I'm just going to say this. If they trade Jimmy Garcia and Chad Green, you're going to see a whole hell of a lot more of the Ryan Burrs of the world. And
man,
that's – we talk about the trade deadline, and everybody wants to get something for everybody, and I get all that, but, sweet Jesus, somebody's got to get somebody out at some point. I mean, they just have to. They have.
It would help.
And
John was right. It's 3-0 in the 6th inning.
I'm terrified about. Just think about this bullpen. Think about what will be left. And I would say, well, there's people. There's minor league free agents or whatever you can add or whatever. But this organization seems to. I don't know. I don't know if they don't seem to be particularly motivated to do anything to address this bullpen. And you know what? One of the things I do know, man, when you're a baseball team that's not really good, and that's what this team is. This team is not really good. There's nothing worse than a crap bullpen.
Yeah,
because that turns those 9-0 games into 13-0 very fast.
Yep.
416-413-3959 is the back leg line. 590 is the text line. Standard message and data rates may apply. Let's go to Chris Bassitt because he quite often has something to say. Quite often.
You can do it.
Somebody ask a question.
That was a tough game for you guys as a team. As a starting pitcher, when you're watching the bullpen give up those kind of runs, anything go through your mind?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, just going 5 innings. That would be the big thing.
What was the battle that you were only able to get through 5?
Not sharp. It's not sharp.
When the Rays are putting that many runs up on the board, difficult is it to keep in the dugout the energy level, the motivation just to kind of keep going as opposed to just thinking, well, you know what, this is over?
I would say there's a lot of so-called demons that a lot of people are fighting right now between obviously today, what's going on. Just it is what it is. It's got to be grown-ups and put a better effort forward.
How much of a feeling is it among the group that, this is not what we signed up for? This is a team that we thought would be challenging.
Yeah, I would say there's not a single person in probably the whole organization that's not really disappointed right now. It just sucks. I don't think anyone thought this is what's going to happen.
Chris, what did you mean by demons?
I mean, everything that's going on. Being down 12-0, being down 5-0, whatever it may be, giving up that many hits, not being able to hit, the trade deadline, who's going to be here, who's not going to be here. There's a million different things right now that are just not great. But, it is what it is.
How is the team kind of dealing with the possibility that you will be saying goodbye to some of your teammates that you've had here for a long time?
Yeah, I mean, it's not, I don't think, the possibility. I think it's just when is it going to happen, so to speak. And it's not fun. Obviously, you have ideas of who's not going to be around much longer, and a lot of those people mean a lot to you. So, yeah, it's just not fun.
Who does most of the blame fall on?
I don't think there's one person with clean hands right now. I really don't. I don't think we've done anything well this year. So, yeah, maybe Varsho's defense. I guess I can kind of say he's definitely done his part. Should win a Platinum Glove this year, by the way. Should have won it last year. Yeah. Besides Varsho's defense, I don't see how anyone can think, yeah, I've done what I should.
Thank you, Chris.
Well, now, I may just suggest we should just replay that for the next half hour.
Well, it's good to hear somebody else say it other than us. It is.
I will miss Chris Bassitt winning if he's traded because he is another guy who's fundamentally incapable of being dishonest. And that, folks, pretty much, I think, sums up what you saw today. 13-0, the Jays losing to the Tampa Bay Rays. Love that line from Chris Bassitt. There's a lot of demons in that dugout right now. Unfortunately, none of those demons seem to be able to hit, which is
yeah, you mentioned effort too, which is when you start talking effort with a team that's not where everybody thought they should be.
I don't know how. I don't know how a front office can hear that from a guy, a veteran guy, and while I get that Chris Bassitt is stepping up and assuming and saying everybody's at fault, I do not know how a front office can hear that and not give its head a shake and
do everything they can do to fix it.
Well, yeah, I mean, if they're capable of fixing it.
That's fair too. I mean, the one thing you remember about Chris is
I'm just going to say this because I mean I've covered a lot of baseball. I've covered a lot of crap baseball. Hearing that from Chris Bassitt, if you are a Jays fan or somebody who cares about the team, that is really
exactly what you want to hear.
Well,
it was me. I mean,
I'm glad to hear it, but hearing it makes you. That suggests that there's something deeply, 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 deeply wrong with.
Well, I think we knew that going into the offseason. I mean, with how the GM was speaking about the manager and
even
the offseason. Yeah, we knew this. We knew this already.
No,
you knew that something was.
This is beyond that because even back then we were thinking, well, this team's pitching and defense would keep it in. If this team's pitchers are at the point now where they're basically running up the white flag, they got real issues. Like, that's the one thing this team could hang its hat on, is its pitching, and it can't now. Bullpen is not good. Starting pitching is getting.
Sure seemed to me like he seems to think that there's going to be multiple people getting traded.
Well, I mean, maybe, I guess. I like more than anything else, I took away that Chris Bassitt, that there's been a lot of talk about who's going to be traded.
Sure has.
But part of the reason is because for the past, look, these guys aren't idiots. I'm sure for the past 2 months, they've been looking around and talking to themselves and going, Jesus, we're not very good.
No.
Like, are they going to do anything? Is anybody awake upstairs? Are they just going to let us sit here and twist? Which is basically what they've done. They've just basically hung this team out to dry is what they've done. And yeah, I think that's what you're hearing from Chris Bassitt is, this is, we go back through scorebook. Look at the scores. 9-2 loss, 7-1 loss, 9-2 loss. I mean, 8-1. This team's not very good, and those guys know that.
Yeah.
So I'm sure that I'm sure as much as it's getting old for us, it's got to be worse for the players. Those guys are living that, and yeah, they're getting paid. They're getting paid good money, but they're still living it.
Yeah.
416-413-3959 is the back leg line. 590-590 is a text line, standard message and data rate supply. Let's take a break and come back and go back to the back leg line, back to the text line as well. It's Blue Jays Talk on the Sportsnet Radio Network and Sportsnet.
Timber Mart is Canada's building center, a solid neighbor to call upon when you've got a job to do. Your dependable home improvement store that offers the added value of Air Miles reward miles with every purchase of $15 or more. Visit timbermart.ca.
If you're looking for a fun day, did you know the day before Monday? It's Junior J Sunday. You can paint your face, come and meet Ace and run base to base. On Junior J Sunday, so many things to do. You can bring your crew and even mom and dad too. Junior J Sunday.
Sundays are for Junior Jays. Get to the ballpark early to enjoy outdoor activities before continuing the fun inside while you cheer on the Blue Jays.
If you're feeling the song, grab your dad or mom, visit BlueJays.com. Junior J Sunday.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Sportsnet Plus is the streaming home of the Blue Jays.
Fastball line to left, and it's caught.
Watch live games at home or on the go.
Long run, Springer! Oh, what a play!
Plus, catch Blue Jays Central for pre- and post-game updates with Jamie and Joe. Miss the game? Replays and Blue Jays in 30 are here for your recap.
Pitching has certainly led the way.
Watch it all unfold on Sportsnet Plus. Plans start at $19.99 a month. Subscribe now at sportsnetplus.ca.
We're 2 Men in a Truck.ca. We've got lots of men and lots of trucks, so get ready to be moved.
Think 2 Men in a Truck, 2 Men in a Truck.ca. So when you gotta move, all moving day, Think 2 Men in a Truck, 2 Men in a Truck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, 2 Men in a Truck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks, so give us a call today.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between pizza, and inflation. First to the plate, with over 2 million sold, it's Fixed Rate Pizza, a hot and fresh extra-large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for Fixed Rate Pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca. Timber Mart always has plans to help you with your plans. Your home, your cottage, your garage, whatever needs your attention first, check the most visited spot on our website for ready-to-order plans to get the job done with Canada's building center. Visit timbermart.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Gliding with a huge stretch for the double play.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio.
As a media personality, where when things are going badly, you kind of become, when things are going poorly, you kind of become happy.
No, that's not it. I'm a guy that likes to break things down and look at the little things that could make a player better.
Jack in Montreal. I will just move on. Jack in Montreal reached out on the back leg line.
Do you think that there's going to be any coach firing at this point in time, either before the deadline or before the end of the season? Or you think that if there's a change in coaches, that it's going to come only next year?
I mean, I don't know. I can't. I have no idea. I mean, it doesn't look good, obviously, but I don't know if I don't detect a sense of urgency.
I would be very interested to see what happens to the GM after the trade deadline, after everything's settled, and sort of. I'm assuming that the president's going to come out and speak either to us or whoever he's going to come out and have an interview with. Obviously, the questions will have to be answered because if he comes on this show, we're going to have to ask that. That will be the first step. If something was to happen with that part of it, then I'm assuming if they're going to go different ways with, say, 17 of the different hitting coaches, then that's probably the way it'll end up.
It's go to our text board if we could. 590 is the text line standard message and data rates apply. This is from Mike and Victoria. Am I the only one thinking we should re-sign Garcia and trade Romano in the summer? He's hurt, so I don't know if he'd be trading in the summer. Romano's a depreciating asset. Looking ahead, we will need a closer next year. Yeah, no. Jimmy Garcia is a free agent. He's not coming back next year.
He's 33 years old.
33 years old. Can Jimmy Garcia close for a contending team, which the Jays want to be next year? I don't think he can close for a contending team. I think he's a nice guy in the 7th or 8th inning. Do not be misled by the fact that he's been forced into a different situation with this team. So, short answer, no. No. Yeah. And to me, Jordan Romano, you hope he comes in spring training and is healthy, and you hope that.
Yeah, my eyes, they don't have a closer.
You hope
that's me.
Yeah, I'm with you. You know what? Maybe Jordan Romano becomes Jimmy Garcia, but I think I think at this point, you can add closer to one of the things this organization has to look for.
No brainer.
Let's go to Paul in Summerside, PEI. He also reached out in the text line. It is text line. Should the Jays pick up James Paxton off waivers?
Yes.
My answer would be, why the hell not?
Absolutely. Anything to keep an extra arm out of the pen from not throwing in a game.
Pretty much.
Absolutely.
And we got back to this. You say Kikuchi will be traded. Yariel Rodriguez has to be handled a little bit. Alek Manoah is not around. Ricky Tiedemann's going for a 19th opinion in his elbow or something like that. So, there's nothing down I don't think there's anything down in the minor leagues of consequence. Somebody's going to have to pitch some innings. So if you trade Kikuchi, I think you have to bring someone else in here. And then if you trade Kikuchi and Bassitt, and boy, I got to say this, first person after the trade deadline I want to talk to is Chris Bassitt. If Chris Bassitt isn't traded at the trade deadline,
yeah, he's not going to talk to us.
Well,
no, he's not going to talk to us.
He kind of Chris basically sounds like a guy who is he's too classy to come out and say, "Get my ass out of here." But he's kind of saying that I sure as hell wouldn't mind getting my ass out of here.
He did the last time he spoke about
wanting to pitch in the playoffs.
Well, so he did already. He just said it in a different way.
I suppose. John in Niagara Falls reached out on the back leg line.
This is a trade deadline coming up. Now people are talking about Atkins getting fired and so on and so forth. Now, should we be allowing him with the intent that he may be getting fired? Should we be letting him make some of these trades?
Yeah. Other than the Bo and Vladdy one, the other, me and Jeff could do the other ones.
Yeah, we could do the other ones.
Absolutely.
Like seriously.
The Bo and Vladdy one, absolutely not. But the other ones, sure.
Yeah.
Like,
have that.
Pick a phone up and say, I'll take 3 of those. No problem.
Again, I think it's. I'm hoping people are prepared.
Yeah.
For a whole bunch of Steve Pearce for Santiago Espinal deals. You're probably not going. The Jays aren't going to come out of this trade deadline with 4 organizations' top prospects. They're just not. So yeah, I'm not entirely. Frankly, I'm not certain that this trade deadline is going to completely. Shift things around for the Blue Jays in 2025. Maybe they get some useful pieces. Again, I go back to this. You're going to hear this a lot from us and from other people going up to the trade deadline. Remember when the Jays got Teoscar Hernandez? He was the 10th rated prospect in the Astros. Nobody thought he was going to amount to anything. He was the and in the trade the Jays made with the Houston Astros, and he turned into a guy who had, 6 years here with a ton of home runs. So that, to me, is what you're going to see. You're going to be keeping an eye on who the and is in these trades. And I'm with Kevin. As long as they're not doing the complicated stuff, let Ross have at it.
Jeff Blair could trade them.
You do have in Mark Shapiro, a guy who made one of the most consequential trades of all time when he was with the Cleveland Indians, when he traded Bartolo Colon to the Montreal Expos for Grady Sizemore, Cliff Lee, Brandon Phillips and Lee
I'm
Stevens.
sure he'll be part of this too. I'm sure it'll be a collection of people. Yeah, sure.
Dan in Calgary.
When the guys come up from the minors, make their major league debuts, they're hitting like crazy. Like guys like Schneider, Horowitz, they've all started out great. And then after a few months, a year, in the big leagues with the Jays, their batting seems to drop off. Just curious how you think about this. Thanks, guys.
Well, it's funny you mention that because my friend Mr. Barker here made the point earlier this year about the Jays acquire Brandon Belt. Brandon Belt is their best hitter for much of the year.
Yep.
The Jays acquired Justin Turner. He starts out like a house on fire here. He's their best hitter. So the two guys coming from outside the organization, both of them, in the case of Justin Turner, he hit a bump. But Justin Turner is also 39 years old. That's going to happen.
Yeah.
And my friend Mr. Barker's point has always also been, why do the slumps last so long with this organization? And, that's, again, a guy like Davis Schneider, I hate to say it, Davis Schneider may just be a guy. He might be a nice piece off the bench. I think we tend to get carried away because this team was so bad. Davis Schneider came up and hit some home runs, and we all of a sudden thought he's the next thing. Mm-hmm. Now, what I will say is I would like someone to get Spencer Horowitz, kidnap him, and tell him and ask him to give the secret about how he's able to take what he was doing in AAA and continue here. Because he is the one guy that I think has come up and has kind of been the guy we thought he was going to be.
I'll give you the obvious answer. He's left-handed. That's the first thing. Most of the people you face at the big league level are right-handed. That slider down and away, that fastball away. Schneider got a bunch of fastballs that were hittable today, a bunch. And for whatever reason, he's got big, giant
you said he
launch angle in his swing.
Changed his
Yeah, it looks different. It looks different now. Like it's just almost basically every time he swings, misses, walks away, comes back, his swing looks different. His approach looks different. His stance looks different. Like sooner or later, you got to find one you're married to and master that one. And it's like the whole thing. When's the lineup, especially these young guys, consistently going to be able to hit the heater? That is the other part of this that's a little mind-boggling. That you would think you could flip it to dudes because at this level, the breaking balls are like nobody's business. Like you just are overwhelmed by the break, where they can throw it, how it looks like a fastball. That's the big adjustment. That's what the caller's talking about that's the big thing is once they find out you can hit a certain pitch, then they start pitching a little backwards and trying to set that pitch up with other pitches. And normally that's something that's spinning and they're going to force you to put those balls in play with some authority. And that's the big time adjustment. But once you make an adjustment to that, either trying to lay off of it, why are you missing consistently fastballs?
Especially,
I don't understand that.
I don't understand how young guys in particular can. I mean, you should be feeling frisky.
Yeah, like Turner. You can understand why Turner at 39 don't like the elevated fastball. Like a lot of people don't, but he really don't. A little bit of that's like you lose fast twitch muscles and you just lose when the foot hits the ground. Like you're seeing now, he's a little stabby with the front foot. I got to get out there and get it. And then they flip it to him and he looks a little awkward sometimes when he takes his swing. And that's why, sometimes you go 5 for 7 and then he'll fall off a cliff. He's got an excuse. And then there's everybody else. I mean, where's Danny Jansen? Is he hurt? You have any idea where Danny Jansen went? It's amazing. Like, I mean, again, either the model that the Khakis have just is not working or whatever the hitting coaches are telling them is just Varsho, don't like the heater. Danny Jansen, all of a sudden, don't like the heater. Schneider don't like the heater. Like, those are 3 young enough guys that should be destroying velocity and have to adjust to everything else, not the other way around. It's like the first inning when Varsho faced Bradley. You knew he's getting fastballs, and he got the 0-1 fastball, basically center cut, swung through it, and then you knew he was going to get him out with an elevated fastball. Like everybody that watches him hit knew that. Why is he missing a good fastball in the middle of the plate consistently? Just think if he ever figured out how to hit that thing. The way he plays defense, Then you'd be cooking with gravy. But it's just a big enough sample size of them falling off a cliff offensively. But, man, that's the one thing that if somebody's got – obviously they don't have an answer for that or they'd have fixed it already.
No.
There's too many of them that fall off cliffs forever. Poor little Danny Jansen. Look, he got no chance.
It was like, what did I say the other day? He's hit like one home run and, did I say 2 or 3 doubles since – for a while.
I mean, I'm not in the room. I have no idea what the conversation's like, and I just know I know why. Again, Springer turned his season around hitting fastballs. Vladdy turned his season around ready to hit the fastball. Athletic position, posture's right, steep path, point of contact consistently is in the same spot. A lot of the times allows the talent, which is oozing, to take over. And then there's everybody else in the lineup. It's just like it's that's the one little thing I think it's
do you think
there's a lot of voices in that room, boy, a lot.
Do you think the people in this front office, do you think they have enough courage to admit that what they're doing is wrong?
I don't think so. Or they would have fixed it already. Wouldn't you think?
Evan Ottawa reached out in the text line. How does this team compete in 2025? There's no untouchables in this team, are there?
Vladdy, I think
Vladdy.
I take Vladdy out of that lineup. Would you watch that team?
Oh, I was
like
I was thinking about
right
that
now. Vladdy is must watch. He really is like
they've got to have.
You got to have somebody that's putting fannies in the seats. No,
you've got to have a.
I mean, you can't have Clements and Jimenez's. And
you've got to have a conversation. I wouldn't even wait
to
to the offseason. I would have a serious conversation to try to get Vladdy signed this year for 5, 6, or 7 years.
It'll start with 3,
and whatever. That's fine.
You ain't done
because they're the payroll they're running. They're going to be paying. They're going to be paying decent money. They're going to be paying decent money for players. I would have that discussion right now. Other than that, no. I mean,
I don't know why you'd trade Vladdy to go out and look for Vladdy.
Yeah. Other than that,
you already got Vladdy.
I think you
just put help around him.
I think you've got to seriously look at moving Bo in the offseason. I don't think that comes as a shock to anybody anymore. And other than that, you can have basically anybody in this team. If I can sign some free agent pitchers. I know, and again, I get back to this. I know ownership's gonna pony up. I know that I got money, so I can go out and sign some guys, even if I have to pay too much for them. I can go out and sign some pitchers. I can get another Gossman, another Bassitt.
I did a closer,
before.
maybe.
And a closer. Yeah. But other than that, I'll just ask you, Kevin. What do you want to run back next year? Like, if it's me?
Varsho and center.
I'm okay.
Hitting ninth or eighth or ninth.
Yep.
Vladdy at first.
God knows, one thing I do know, I got enough guys on the bench. Vladdy.
I would think Danny Jansen, just because you can't correct everything. And Danny's done enough offensively.
Yeah, but here's the thing with Danny Jansen. You have to give him a qualifying offer to get that compensatory pick as a free agent. What if Danny decides to stay
I think
here?
with what's on the market and how hard it'll be to get a guy in here that knows your pitching staff the way Dan. I mean, you're going to bring back them 3 starting pitchers.
Well,
yeah, Bassitt, Gosman, and Brios. Like unless Bassett's sort of been told he might be getting traded. You might have them 3. You would like to have a catcher. The Kirk thing for me, that's sailed. I can't.
Well,
it's a tough one, but it's going to be hard to go out and get veteran catchers who. They can't fix all the offensive woes. There's still going to be a run-preventing somewhat team, hopefully with a run producer in the middle of the order stuck with Vladdy. Maybe. Fingers crossed.
Curtis from Tabor, Alberta.
I have a question for Kevin.
Good, I can leave.
If you were a free agent, give me 2 reasons or 3 reasons you would want to sign with the Toronto Blue Jays other than money. Or is money the only important thing? Because to me, with the pitching staff the way it is and the way players are unable to maintain success, you got to wonder, and the way they booed Shohei Ohtani, you got to wonder how many free agents would actually want to come to Toronto, or is it all about money? And my second question is, do you think the Blue Jays' desperation makes them vulnerable to pay too much for players, because everybody in the league knows they just put all that money in that stadium, and everybody in the league knows they better start competing really good. So if them dudes call, maybe give them the screws a little bit more.
All right.
Yeah, it's about money. Is that quick enough?
Yeah.
It's money.
Yeah, I think
Blue Jays pay me the most money, I come here. If they don't, I'll go somewhere else.
And it's got to be said that the Blue
That's the way
Jays,
it is. It's life. You got a small window to make a ton of money.
The free agents of the Blue Jays have signed all of one thing in common. They all got more money and more years out of the Blue Jays than anybody else was giving them. I mean, that's it. That's just a fact. Nobody was giving George Springer that contract. Nobody was giving Kevin Gausman that contract. I go back to this. Nobody was giving Russ Martin that contract.
Mark Shapiro's been around too long to have the screws being put to him. That's not going to happen.
No, that's not going to happen. 13-0 was the final score today. Tomorrow, the Texas Rangers are in town. It's an Apple TV game, but Blair and Barker will be on from 4 to 6 to get you set for it. The game will be on Sportsnet 590 The Fan. Thank you for listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in the head of St. Margaret's Bay and Hammonds Plains, Newfoundland. No, Nova Scotia, Jeff. Hammonds Plains, Nova Scotia. Protect your vehicle from rust today. Find your local family-owned Crown of Crown.
This has been Major League Baseball play-by-play on SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app. Why do I love calling this game?
Calling this game.
Calling this game.
Calling this game.
Why do I love calling this game? It's because I get a chance to bring some joy into people's lives.
Anything can happen on a baseball field.
We've got a new game. It's perfectly unscripted theater.
Everybody on their feet. Because you never know what you're going to see on a given day.
It is bedlam at the bank as Bryce Harper has put the Phillies on top.
There's just something about baseball on the radio.
Something about the way wood hits leather. A swing and a drive to deep left center. The way leather hits dirt. And he made the play.
The way a deep fly ball sounds like it's about to change history.
High fly ball to center field. It's hit pretty well toward the wall.
Until the cleats hit the grass, hit the crushed brick, and then nothing but sky and a silent crowd.
That ball's high.
Until leather hits leather and 40,000 fans lose their collective minds.
In a perfect symphony of chaos.
He jumped up on top of the wall, balanced himself, and caught it.
The way nothing triumphs a perfectly honest call.
The way the right voice can make a moment live forever.
Touch 'em all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Outsiders may think this is just two teams.
A ball, a bat, and a microphone, but no.
For over 100 years, this has been the soundtrack of the American pastime.
He struck it out looking. It's over. It's over. The Rangers have won the World Series.
The soundtrack of summer. This is Major League Baseball on the radio.
Right now on SiriusXM.
All rise.
Coming in 5.
Get ready to play.
4.
Get up. Get up.
3.
Can you believe it?
Put your seatbelt on.
Wow.
Talk about the game and all the stories on MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM 89, and the SiriusXM app.
1 p.m. New York Mets take on the Atlanta Braves. Mets on SiriusXM channels 89, Internet 857, Braves on Internet 841. 9:38 p.m. LA Angels take on the Oakland A's. Angels on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 852. A's on Internet 859. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Thursday, July the 25th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 12:05 p.m., Washington Nationals take on the San Diego Padres. Nationals on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 869. Padres on Internet 862. 12:10 p.m., Miami Marlins face the Baltimore Orioles. Marlins on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 854. Orioles on Internet 842. 1:10 p.m., Cleveland Guardians take on the Detroit Tigers. Guardians on Sirius 210, XM 177, and Internet 847. Tigers on Internet 849. 2:35 p.m., Texas Rangers face the Chicago White Sox. Rangers on Sirius 211, XM 178, and Internet 867. White Sox on Internet 870.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
The injuries are stacking up for the Atlanta Braves as they will be without another one of their stars at the top of their order, Ozzie Albies. Albies was injured during a 6-2 loss to the St. Louis Cardinals when he had to leave the game with an apparent left wrist injury, and after an x-ray was revealed to be a fractured left wrist. He is now headed to the injured list and will miss approximately 8 weeks. To talk about this injury news, Xavier Scruggs from SiriusXM MLB Network Radio on SiriusXM Channel 89.
Now, this is devastating for the Braves because you look at the main two dudes that have led the top of their lineup over the past few years in Ronald Acuna Jr. and Ozzie Albies unavailable once again. So just the guys that are so consistent at getting on base, causing havoc on the bases, being able to bring energy early in the games, you just don't have that. And it's disappointing because that affects guys like Austin Riley, affects guys like Matt Olson, Sean Murphy, guys, all those guys in the middle of the order that benefit from those guys at the top. And we've seen it. They haven't had the historic offense that we saw last year. Even Ozzie Albies was still struggling to kind of find his footing this season as well. So not having him for an extended amount of time is going to be tough. It may make it even more urgency for this Braves team to go get somebody at the deadline, but that's going to be tough.
SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio is the place for expert advice, strategy, and information from the best fantasy sports analysis to win your league. Plus, hear pick-by-pick coverage of live drafts and interviews with top players, coaches, and team executives on SiriusXM 87.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Thursday, July the 25th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change.